Chapter 53. Brother Scar. The rose need not grow taller, Brother Scar will bend down to love you. Spirit City. The Rakshasa god fed on the resentment generated by Qian Dalu and the others due to their 007 work schedule. It fed on the resentment, murderous intent, hatred, and other negative emotions generated by the people of the douluo continent due to conflict, war, slaughter, and looting. When the coalition of 6 sects attacked the Clear Sky sect, causing turmoil in the Spirit Master's world, countless deaths, and displacement, why did Spirit Hall not take action? With the Clear Sky sect on the verge of being annihilated by the 6 sect coalition, why did Qian Dalu, as a friend of Tang Chen, not step in to mediate? Not only did he not step out himself, but he also did not send any consecrated or elders to act as peacemakers. The Rakshasa god. All of this was done by this god. As the number 1 troublemaker, shit-stirrer, and behind-the-scenes manipulator of the douluo continent. As long as I am here, there will be no shortage of man-made disasters. Maintaining peace on the continent is the vision of the angel god. It only wanted the continent to be in chaos and at war, so as to provide a large amount of delicious evil thoughts. Suddenly, the Rakshasa god felt a sky-high surge of resentment, malice, murderous intent, and madness. It investigated and, as expected, said, "It really is you, Bibi Dong." However, it was very confused. Why was Bibi Dong hiding herself under the quilt, lying prone, hugging a pillow, gritting her teeth, and streaming with tears? It had rich experience and had seen much, so it saw it at a glance. This was the look of a young girl who had experienced puppy love, been abandoned by a boy, or suffered great grievances after encountering a scumbag. The Rakshasa god muttered, "That's not right. Apart from going out to hunt spirits and obtain spirit rings, Bibi Dong is just a shut-in who only knows how to eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, and soak in medicinal baths to cultivate." There were no boys of her age around her. Those uncles in Spirit Hall, for various reasons, dared not make a move on Bibi Dong, who had already reached the legal age for marriage and childbearing on the douluo continent. However, the Rakshasa god did not think much of it. Anyway, Bibi Dong could produce a large amount of evil thoughts every day. It would just wait until she reached the age of 20 to give her the Rakshasa god's trial. Although the Rakshasa god was evil, it still had a bottom line and would not find underage females to participate in the Rakshasa god's trial. There are 2 flowers of wealth and prosperity. Heaven Do Empire, a noble manor outside Heaven Do City. The owner of the manor was a noble of the Heaven Do Empire, named Brother Scar. And this manor was jokingly called Brother Scar's Happy House, or Brother Scar's Happy Garden, by the people around it. Yu Shaogang was tied to a cross, lying down rather than standing, with legs spread apart. At noon, with the scorching sun high in the sky, it was the perfect time for a priest to perform an exorcism ritual. This was the assistance provided by a spirit tool, a video recorder, that Qian Xunji had obtained while posing as a member of the Blood Crow battle group on the Sun Moon continent. Now walking towards Yu Shaogang with a sinister grin was Brother Scar, whose body was as strong and burly as Tyson's. A leather whip in his left hand, wax in his right, and a cigar in his mouth. His outfit was like Freddie Mercury of the band Queen, wearing only a towel and a pair of boxers. Seeing the newcomer, Yu Shaogang pursed his lips tightly, his teeth pressing hard against his lower lip, sealing all his grievances in his throat. He knew what was waiting for him next. Shaogang would become a thing of the past. But Yu Shaogang did not want to die. He had not yet become stronger, and had not yet had the chance to prove to the world that he was not trash. Yu Shaogang hypnotized himself in his heart. Only by enduring the bitterest of the bitter can one become a person above others. Only by living is there hope to become stronger, change fate, and slap the faces of those bastards who once looked down on me. Brother Scar looked down from above, his hawk-like eyes staring straight at the short and skinny Yu Shaogang. As the biological son of Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, Yu Shaogang had been raised well, was well-nourished, had fair skin, and had no rough calluses on his hands or feet. Shaogang, no, my rose. A smile like Billy Harrington appeared on Brother Scar's face. My dad is Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun. The long-suffering and stubborn Yu Shaogang refused to show weakness. Hearing this, Brother Scar became even more excited. He just liked this kind of stubborn, arrogant little wildcat who didn't want to listen or submit to him. It was only more interesting to conquer such a little wild cat. Brother Scar laughed loudly. Your dad is dead, he was caused to die by you. The purpose was to break Yu Xiaoging's psychological defenses. He wanted to see Yu Xiaoging crying. To bully such a stubborn, unyielding, and arrogant little wild cat until he cried. Fun, really fun. Yu Xiaoging held back tears, forcibly endured the trembling, pursed his lips tightly, and said nothing. Crying, he would never cry in this life. He didn't even cry when he learned the news that his backer, his biological father Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, had been killed by someone. Now that Yu Xiaoging heard again that his father was dead, and that he was the one who caused it, he only roared angrily in his heart, the same trick won't work on me. Brother Scar smiled and began to operate. The metal gears made a clucking sound. The cross turned into a spread eagle frame. Next was Brother Scar's happy exorcism time. Yu Xiaoging, greed, is a demon, disperse, disperse. Greedy demon, come out quickly, come out quickly, come out. Quickly, leave this boy's body. ... It's a good thing my spirit is a fur seal. After the event, with a glass of iced wheat beer, Brother Scar sighed. This Yu Xiaoging, no, this, Rose, need not grow taller. Brother Scar, who loved him, would naturally bend down. Because Yu Xiaoging could read and write, he became Brother Scar's book boy afterwards. During the day, he did laundry, cooked, gave massages, pounded backs, and washed feet. At night, he warmed the bed and served, entertaining friends and family. As everyone knows, douluo nobles play very wildly. Soon, Yu Xiaoging debuted under the name, Rose. Previously, Yu Xiaoging had relied on the backing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and his father, the Thunder Douluo, to offend quite a few noble spirit masters. Some old nobles had connections, channels, and were willing to spend money, just to play with the Rose's fragrance from Essence Liquid. Beasts, a bunch of old beasts. Ah, kill you, I want to kill you. To treat me like this, treating me like a small Bianchi. Ah. Yu Xiaoging screamed in an emotional breakdown, but it only drew a burst of sneers. Yu Xiaoging, a one-ring spirit master whose spirit was just a farting pig, actually threatened to kill them. This required some serious extra training. Let's start with a 48-hour hellish special training to suppress his temper. Inside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect grounds, Qian Xunji sent a gift to the little lowly Yu Ruoan. She took the lead in beating up Yu Xiaoging. She truly was a heroine among women. He had to give her a sanctuary light fruit to eat, to replenish the moisture consumed in her body while beating and scolding Yu Xiaoging. Fed the fruit to her mouth, patted her head, and slipped away. Everyone who participated in beating up Yu Xiaoging got a gift. Although they were not his employees, they did the work of beating Yu Xiaoging for him, so wages naturally had to be paid. Through his divine sense, Qian Xunji saw the miserable scene of Yu Xiaoging, just like what was described in fan fiction stories. Disgusting. Hurry up and use the great memory sealing technique to seal away this uncomfortable memory. As long as there was no such image in his mind, he wouldn't be disgusted. Anyway, as long as he knew that thing, Yu Xiaoging, was living a miserable life, that was enough. In this world, Yu Xiaoging had become so filthy. Presumably, no matter how heavy the taste of that white-eyed wolf, lovesick-brained Bibi Dong was, she wouldn't fancy this Yu Xiaoging, who had now become the top flower of the Nanfang Pavilion, Rose. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Bibi Dong's bottom line had broken through to the level of Xiao Ziyu. But what did that have to do with him, Qian Xunji? Anyway, Bibi Dong was not his disciple. The person who should be angry, furious, and feel that he had lost face was Qian Dalu. If he didn't like Yu Xiaoging and he was easy to bully, then he would spend money on outsourced personnel to bully him well. All that's missing is a 10,000 soul banner. Qian Xunji murmured. For a piece of trash like Yu Xiaoging, after his physical body died, his soul would have to suffer a billion years of punishment. Qian Xunji remembered that during the Peerless Tang sect era, there was an evil spirit master called the 10,000 soul douluo, whose spirit was the 10,000 soul banner. Of course, if System Mama was willing to give him a 10,000 soul banner at the level of an ultimate emperor weapon during the monthly sign-in, that would be even better. Chapter 54. Evil Emperor, so envious. Wanshou Terrace Small Dimension. After ending the trip to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and witnessing the miserable life of Yu Xiaogang, Qian Xunji arrived at his own private small dimension. This was his real estate in the true sense on the douluo continent, his independent little home. The evil emperor, entering the Wanshou Terrace small dimension for the first time, felt how extraordinary this place was. There is no heavenly tribulation targeting spirit beasts here. It said excitedly, its emotions stirred. This was simply the best place for spirit beasts to live. Alas, it was a pity that it had already sacrificed itself and become the artifact spirit of the evil-eye tyrant external spirit bone. Mr. Qian Xunji, you are back. Sensing Qian Xunji's aura, the demon empress came to welcome him with her daughter, Lan Fozi. Lan Fozi held a large bucket of popcorn in her arms, her cheeks bulging, her mouth full of sweet popcorn. After swallowing the popcorn in her mouth, she said politely, "Welcome back." Then, a pair of watery big eyes looked straight at Qian Xunji. She was longing for Qian Xunji to feed her something delicious. Although her mother's cooking had improved quite a bit during this time, the taste was still far inferior to the table of delicacies Qian Xunji had treated her to the first time. Those foods were truly delicious. After a year, the deep-sea demon whale king was overjoyed to see his wife and daughter again. "Wife, Fozi, I am back." "Dear," the demon empress smiled. "Dad." Lan Fozi reached out to touch the 8 spider lances. The deep-sea demon whale king asked Qian Xunji to wrap the 8 spider lances with spirit power to avoid his daughter being accidentally injured when touching them. Qian Xunji agreed and took action, fusing his mental force with spirit power, just like the Susano-clad 9 tails. Holy crap, I'm so envious. Seeing the scene of this family of 3 enjoying themselves, the evil emperor couldn't hold it in anymore. It felt unbalanced in its heart. Both had sacrificed themselves to Qian Xunji, so why was the deep-sea demon whale king treated so well? Even after becoming an artifact spirit, he could still talk and interact with his wife and daughter. In contrast, it was all alone, like a lonely king. It clearly had a concubine and descendants too. It also saw those 20 evil-eye cubs being raised plump in the Wanshou Terrace small dimension. One look and it knew they were living very comfortably. "Boss, why don't you go to the trouble of taking another trip to the evil spirit forest on the Sun Moon continent and take in my entire evil-eye clan?" The evil emperor whispered, its tone ingratiating. "There are too many, I can't afford to support them." Qian Xunji did not refuse, explaining the current situation. "Understood, understood," the evil emperor said with a smile. Qian Xunji did not refuse to adopt the entire evil-eye clan, only stating that under the current circumstances, he could not afford to support the whole clan. This meant that as long as conditions permitted, he would be willing to adopt the entire evil-eye clan. The boss is magnanimous, the boss is generous. Loyalty, it must offer its loyalty fiercely. Qian Xunji's gaze scanned the demon empress and her daughter. From the moment he entered the Wanshou Terrace small dimension and saw the mother and daughter for the first time, he felt it was strange. The demon empress's cultivation had broken through 500,000 years. And Lan Fozi's cultivation age had also gone from over 100,000 years to 200,000 years, becoming a true fierce beast. In the Wanshou Terrace small dimension, apart from the spirit beasts used as food, the numbers of those precious image beasts and golden-haired lion mastiffs had not decreased. He asked the system, "Mother system, what is going on? Isn't the cultivation of spirit beasts supposed to improve very slowly?" Open black lens bracket spirit beast cultivation is based on body size. The larger the body, the higher the cultivation, even if it is just fat. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket corn from the blue star is known as plant gold, the king of feed, rich in nutritional value, high density, and great energy, equivalent to the spiritual medicine in the ice and fire yin-yang well. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The deep-sea demon whale clan possesses what can be called the most powerful devouring ability on the douluo plane. They devour a lot of energy, digest a lot of energy, and their cultivation age naturally increases quickly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, only spirit beasts with devouring abilities like the deep-sea demon whale and the man-faced demon spider can increase their cultivation age so quickly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The current Wanshou Terrace small dimension does not support spirit beasts or humans becoming gods. Close black lens bracket. Completely understood. If it were easy for human spirit masters and spirit beasts to become gods, he would really cry himself to death. The doubts in his heart were resolved. He took out a cup of milk tea and fed it to Lan Fozi. In order to keep the deep-sea demon whale king motivated to work hard, Qian Xunji did not mind providing some emotional value to make his wife and daughter smile happily. Thank you, Brother Ji. Lan Fozi's eyes curved into crescents, and after thanking him, she reached out to take the milk tea. Qian Xunji felt that her calling him Brother Ji was suspicious of her trying to act young. But that was not important. The next day, Qian Xunji came to the ice and fire yin-yang well. The immortal herbs and spiritual medicines here had all sprouted and grown seedlings again. However, it would take a lot of time for them to grow to maturity and be harvested again. He activated his spirit, donned the emperor armor, and then splashed into the water with a thud. His main purpose in returning to the Wansho Terrace small dimension was not to reunite the deep-sea demon whale king's family. The 8 spider lances had been stuck at a bottleneck and could never break through to the quality of a divine artifact. Regarding this, Qian Xunji no longer wanted to continue drawing lightning and swallowing it, grinding slowly. That grass-sleeping man, Tang Hao, could actually gain the favor of the sea god Poseidon, obtain a god-level divine trial, and have the possibility of inheriting a god position. He had already arrived at the starting line of the path to godhood. Qian Xunji. I must wait for him at the finish line, and when he is about to reach it, send someone to intercept him, make him lose the qualification to inherit the god position, and then let him become the high priest of the sea god, becoming a sacrifice for someone else to inherit the god position. 1 blue and 1 red, 2 dragon souls, their dragon eyes reflecting flames of rage. Their gazes were fixed tightly on Qian Xunji. Hi, hello you too. Seeing that you haven't dissipated yet, I am deeply gratified. Qian Xunji had a smile on his face, and his tone was very easygoing. But in his heart, he was calculating that once he possessed the 10,000 soul banner, he would definitely take the dragon souls before him and collect them as main souls. Human, what do you want to do this time? Nothing much, just want to borrow a bit of enamel from each of you. The Ice and Fire Dragon King sensed Qian Xunji's current strength, as well as the one in his mental sea of consciousness. That entity's strength was even more terrifying than the dragon god at its peak, and it was extremely protective. Back then, when Qian Xunji was able to use the system to move the ice and fire yin-yang well, they had wanted to attack Qian Xunji, but they had been warned. That voice was as majestic as heavenly might, extremely domineering, as if the laws of the universe had descended in person, almost scaring them to death. Watching Qian Xunji flatten their sharp dragon teeth, they were powerless to do anything, they had to endure their anger and rage. The Ice and Fire Dragon. King Souls. We are just like incompetent dragon souls, only able to watch helplessly as Qian Xunji ruins our bones, and then leaves arrogantly. What exactly are those 2 dragon souls and that dragon bone the size of a mountain? What it saw today left the evil emperor shocked and curious, its thirst for knowledge off the charts. Qian Xunji did not want to spend too much time and breath explaining the secret history of the dragon clan. Since you do not have a million years of cultivation, and your mental force has not reached the god origin realm, do not be overly ambitious, knowing too much will only make you feel inferior. He took the palm-sized sharp tips of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's teeth in his hand and manipulated the 8 spider lances to devour the divine essence within them. As time passed, the 8 spider lances absorbed the divine essence from the Ice and Fire Dragon King's bones, and the 8 spider lances finally broke through the last bottleneck. The 8 spider lances finally reached the divine artifact grade. The external spirit bone 8 spider lances and the million-year deep-sea demon whale king torso bone, because their origins and abilities were similar, fused together, bone connecting to bone. I feel full of energy. The deep-sea demon whale king laughed. The evil emperor was envious. It also wanted the evil eye tyrant external spirit bone to reach the divine artifact grade. Unfortunately, as a pure mental force spirit beast, it did not have the ability to devour and evolve. When Qian Xunji was preparing to leave the Wansho Terrace small dimension and return to the douluo plane, an accident occurred. The system issued a warning that there was danger ahead. Chapter 55. Let's go, get struck by lightning. Human, you are now leaving the Wansho Terrace small dimension and entering the douluo plane. You will have to endure quite a bit of lightning. Upon hearing this, Qian Xunji immediately retracted the half-extended foot. This, getting struck by lightning, probably wasn't about being a lolicon and receiving electric treatment. Rather, it was the heavenly tribulation lightning, which was extremely dangerous. System Mom, is this my God Ascension tribulation? Qian Xunji asked. No, it is a divine artifact tribulation. Divine artifact tribulation. Does douluo have something like that? It does. At the very least, divine artifacts that possess a spirit require the baptism of a heavenly tribulation. That's not surprising. Qian Xunji could fully understand this. Weapons with spirits and those without are treated differently, this was quite reasonable. One is a silicon-based life form, the other a carbon-based life form, both are intelligent life forms. They are on a different track from those divine artifacts in the original douluo work that only have hardware but no software program systems. On the orthodox cultivation track, any high-level item that is created gets struck by lightning. The foundation of the 100,000-year 8 spider lances is insufficient, it cannot support surviving the entire heavenly tribulation lightning. The lightning of the heavenly tribulation is extremely rigid and yang, and it strongly suppresses evil abilities that devour yin and evil. Is there a way? Qian Xunji's tone was respectful. Use your God origin realm mental force, which is at the level of a tier 3 god, to mobilize the Asura divine force within your body. Repeatedly temper and quench it to strengthen it, this can increase the probability of successfully passing the tribulation. However, do not think about a 100% success rate. Having a 98% success rate is already astonishing. I am going to continue sleeping to replenish energy. Good night, human. Good night. After ending the conversation, Qian Xunji immediately used the method taught by the system, using his mental force to manipulate the Asura divine force to temper and strengthen the 8 spider lances. He had spent a lot of energy and resources on these 8 spider lances, and he did not want to watch it perish in the heavenly tribulation just like that. Time passed, years flowed like a song. After tempering and quenching to strengthen it, a month passed. Kia Luo Tilda remembered to check in. It was time for the monthly check-in to collect living expenses again. What could he get from checking in this month? Check-in successful for this month. Obtained Heavenly Tribulation Encyclopedia and Tribulation Success Rate Appraisal. A panel, similar to a cultivation game, appeared before Qian Xunji's eyes. Appraising 8 spider lances, Tribulation Success Rate, 50.1%. Damn it, after working hard for a month, the success rate only reached halfway. Complaints aside, the work still had to be done. As for the content of the Heavenly Tribulation Encyclopedia, douluo lightning tribulation levels range from low to high, from 1-colored to 9-colored, with 1-colored being the weakest and 9-colored the highest. To reach the level of the dragon god, one must trigger a 9-colored heavenly tribulation when ascending to godhood. Of course, this follows the orthodox douluo cultivation system. Another month passed. Check-in for this month obtained 100,000-year Spirit Ring Age Enhancement card. The 100,000-year Spirit Ring Age Enhancement card cannot be used on million-year Spirit Rings. It can only be used on ordinary Spirit Rings and 100,000-year Spirit Rings, raising the Spirit Ring Age to a maximum of 200,000 years. Qian Xunji used it directly on that 100,000-year Thunder Hell Vine Spirit Ring. As the Spirit Ring color shifted from bright red to orange red, it became a Fierce Beast Spirit Ring. The ability to attract lightning was also greatly enhanced. The lightning attracted was also thicker, larger, and more ferocious. Qian Xunji set up the 8 spider lances like 8 lightning-attracting antennas, suck, suck, suck. Appraising 8 spider lances, tribulation success rate, 61.3%. Appraising 8 spider lances, tribulation success rate, 72.9%. Appraising 8 spider lances, tribulation success rate, 91%. Looking at that unchanging integer, Qian Xunji knew that spending more time attracting lightning to polish it was useless. Fortunately, the resistance to lightning had improved. He rested for a while and recovered to his full state. System Space Special Items. No Side Effect Spirit Ring Deprivation Card ×3, Bloodline Deprivation Card ×1, Magic Card Monster Reborn ×1, A Lake of Child Mother River Water, Senzu Bean ×10. He glanced at the special items in the system space. 10 Senzu Beans from Dragon Ball. In the past few months, System Mom had given him quite a few Senzu Beans. He had things for saving his life. He also had things that could resurrect. He had opportunities for trial and error. Let's go, time to face the heavenly tribulation. Qian Xunji took a step, left the Wansho Terrace small dimension, and arrived at the Douluo continent. His feet stepped on blue-silver grass, the sun tilted westward, and the sunlight shone on his body, lengthening his shadow. The originally clear sky with few clouds suddenly became filled with rolling black clouds, with lightning and thunder flashing. Coming so fast, Qian Xunji muttered, complaining at the sight. Asura successor, are you trying to undergo the God Ascension tribulation? The voice of the Douluo plane consciousness entered his ears. It was panicking now. This God Ascension tribulation was massive in scale, with black tribulation clouds covering the entire Douluo continent. With the black clouds above and the Douluo continent below, lightning, thicker than the bowls southerners used to hold rice, fell as if it were free. It was truly afraid that the Douluo continent would be shattered by these lightning bolts. And this apocalyptic scene attracted the gaze of all the residents on the Douluo continent. Spirit City. Is this the God Ascension tribulation? No, this is not the God Ascension tribulation for living beings. The Rakshasa god was the first to react. She had rich experience and knew things that mortals did not. What is this? A spirit beast's heavenly tribulation cannot be this massive. Could it be that a divinity is angry? Qian Dalu was only the high priest of the angel god. He only knew about god position inheritance and that spirit beasts needed to undergo tribulations. He did not know that the orthodox way of becoming a god required practitioners to overcome a lightning tribulation to be qualified to ascend to godhood and complete life evolution. What is this? Bibi Dong looked up and saw this scene, which looked like the end of the world, and her body couldn't help but tremble, electricity faintly flickering. In her previous life, even though she had inherited the Rakshasa god position, she had fought together with the angel god Qian Runshui and the sea god Tang San at Jialing Pass. The scale of the battle between the three gods was far less than this. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such thick lightning. Gold Crocodile Douluo looked up at the sky and remarked, if lightning this thick were to strike you, even a super Douluo wouldn't be able to stop it. Green Phoenix Douluo felt a fatal danger from the lightning. I wonder if this lightning will strike Spirit City. Light Feather Douluo thought of something and said it out loud. Upon hearing this, everyone started to take action, letting the people on the streets hide in nearby houses. The guard knights holding long spears all put down their weapons to avoid attracting the lightning. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Sect territory. Yu Luomian looked up at the sky, revealing a look of longing. If his spirit ability could also possess the power of the lightning before him, that would be great. My goodness, that lightning is as thick as a bowl. The black-haired, straight-haired little girl Yu Ruoan looked up at the sky, astonished. Her home was at Thunder Cliff. What kind of lightning and thunder had she not seen? But she was truly seeing lightning this thick for the first time. So big, so thick, so scary. Inside the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji looked at the lightning filling the sky, feeling powerless in his heart. He was a support spirit master with no combat power. Uncle Bone, do you know what this is? Ji Yurong shook his head and said, I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a scene. Clear Sky Sect. Could this have been caused by that group of electric lizards from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? The current sect master of the Clear Sky Sect, Sect Master Tang Zhen, seeing this scene that did not look like a natural phenomenon, immediately thought of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Chapter 56. In the end, I bore it all. Fierce winds arose, and lightning descended. The blood-red energy armor of the 8 Spider Lance's majestic form was shattered directly by the thunder. Damn it, that hurts, Qian Xunji cried out in pain. The tribulation lightning struck the 8 Spider Lances, conducting electricity onto Qian Xunji's body. He was clearly undergoing a divine tool tribulation, yet he, the master, had to endure the electric shocks as well. I feel like I'm going to die, the evil emperor said, immediately fleeing into the spiritual sea of consciousness. A single instance of conduction had nearly wiped out his soul body. If it happened again, it would be scattered to the winds right then and there. Although there was a great terror within Qian Xunji's spiritual sea of consciousness, he had to take the risk. Saving his life was paramount. I'm going to hide in the spiritual sea of consciousness too. I really can't handle this tribulation lightning. Seeing the evil emperor slip away, the deep-sea demon whale king also wanted to flee. It was only a soul body and couldn't endure as much as qian xunji. Facing its natural counter, it was powerless. But the deep-sea demon whale soon discovered that it couldn't leave the 8 spider lances. It was doomed. Mr. Demon Whale King, this is a divine tool tribulation, and you are the divine tool's artifact spirit. You can't run away, qian xunji delivered the final verdict. Then what should I do? The deep-sea demon whale king was extremely panicked. Qian xunji informed it truthfully, for this thing, there is no other way except to face it head-on. Spirit avatar activated, he wore the emperor armor and held a golden sword in his hand. He unleashed a Getsuga Tensho toward the tribulation clouds. The Getsuga Tensho swept through the blocking lightning and struck the tribulation clouds directly, carving a wound into them. Sunlight shone through the wound for less than a second before it healed, and a second, larger, and thicker bolt of tribulation lightning struck down violently. Qian xunji couldn't dodge in time and was struck directly. Cracks even appeared on his emperor armor spirit. This is evolution, sublimation. The tribulation lightning brought not only destruction but also rebirth. Surviving the destruction allowed life to sublimate, shedding mortality to enter divinity. As long as one could endure it and survive the heavenly tribulation, every bolt of lightning was an opportunity. Factions with titled douluo powerhouses rushed from all directions toward the location where qian xunji was undergoing the tribulation. They saw someone who had taken such a massive strike of lightning, and not only were they not dead, but they could also fly normally and perform cobra maneuvers. That is, Qian Dalu's pupils dilated instantly upon seeing Qian Xunji wearing the emperor armor. The mysterious armored douluo who killed his good friend Tang Chen had had no news for many years. He had originally thought the other party would stay in Slaughter City forever. He hadn't expected that after so many years, the other party would actually walk out of Slaughter City. But his biological survival instinct told him that the area ahead was extremely dangerous and he should not approach. It's him, it's him, it's him, the murderer of my father. ×2. Upon seeing Qian Xunji wearing the emperor armor, Sect Master Tang Zhen and Ning Fengji were so agitated they almost lost control. Their Tang-style syndrome flared up. Their eyes were bloodshot, they breathed like oxen, and they wished they could immediately kill the murderer of their fathers before them. Both of their fathers had been killed by Qian Xunji, and their corpses had been recovered as trophies. Without bodies to bury, they could only erect cenotaphs. Strike him dead, strike him dead, strike him dead. Ning Fengji cursed Qian Xunji to be struck dead by lightning. He knew deeply that even if they gathered the entire strength of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, they couldn't kill Qian Xunji. Then he could only curse Qian Xunji to die by accident. More intense, let the thunder be even more intense, thicker, larger, more. Seeing Qian Xunji being struck by lightning, knocked directly from high altitude to low altitude, and nearly falling to the ground, Sect Master Tang Zhen was extremely excited. Anyway, he knew that unless his precious son Tang Hao could successfully inherit the sea god's god position, it would be impossible to avenge his father. In that duel, after killing his father, Qian Xunji had still been able to shake off Qian Dalu's pursuit. What did this mean? It meant that after finishing a great battle against a limit douluo, the other party still possessed a massive amount of spirit power. This point was terrifying. Sect Master Tang Zhen didn't dare hope to take revenge with his own hands, he just wanted Qian Xunji, his father's murderer, to die. Damn, the Asura successor is so fierce. Seeing Qian Xunji face the heavenly tribulation head-on, piercing the tribulation clouds with one sword strike, and physically enduring the tribulation lightning, the Rakshasa god was so surprised that she didn't even absorb evil thoughts. As an old-timer in the god realm who had created her own god position, who hadn't been struck by tribulation lightning, used various ways to delay time, and survived the heavenly tribulation. It wasn't like there weren't fierce people in the god realm who charged into the heavenly tribulation when undergoing it. But basically, after enduring 2 bolts of tribulation lightning, people would behave themselves. Being struck by tribulation lightning didn't just hurt the body, it hurt the soul even more. If the physical body was gone, it could be reshaped. If the soul was gone, there wasn't even a chance for reincarnation, that was, truly, unrecoverable. That's 5 or 6 bolts already, right? Wait, the tribulation clouds haven't dispersed. What level of heavenly tribulation is this? The Rakshasa god was stunned, and thunder rumbled endlessly. Those who could survive 5 bolts of tribulation lightning were already first-class gods. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning meant there was a sliver of a chance to become a god king. 7 bolts of tribulation lightning meant that basically, as long as one didn't fall and had enough opportunities, one would inevitably reach the pinnacle as a god king. But now it was already the 8th bolt. The tribulation lightning was like a pillar, smashing down. It exploded with a thunderous roar. Qian Xunji was pressed directly to the ground, vomiting blood, and the emperor armor shattered inch by inch. He quickly ate a senzu bean to heal up. Open black lens bracket human, keep it up, there is only one last bolt of tribulation lightning left, close black lens bracket. I feel like my soul has been numbed by the electricity, Qian Xunji complained. Open black lens bracket heavenly tribulation lightning is inherently targeted at cultivators in all aspects, whether it be the physical body, or the spirit and soul, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fortunately, this is just a divine tool tribulation. If it were your god tribulation, there would probably be a heart demon tribulation illusion phase, as well as some strange things, close black lens bracket. Qian Xunji had no time to think about what the strange things were. The 9th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, and he could only swing his sword to weaken its power. One tribulation was stronger than the previous 8. It smashed the emperor armor on Qian Xunji into powder. His god-level physical body was also scorched black, emitting the smell of cooked meat. The black tribulation clouds began to change color, turning from black to gold, and sprinkled down a golden light. This was the reward obtained after successfully surviving the heavenly tribulation. The deep-sea demon whale king, which had been on the verge of death and whose soul was about to dissipate, not only recovered to its original state and gained 2 eyes but also achieved sublimation. After the baptism, the deep-sea demon whale king's soul and the 8 spider lances were completely bound, becoming a true artifact spirit. Apart from the independent evil eye tyrant external spirit bone, the 8 connected parts of the spirit bone fused together. Without officially becoming a god, it had prematurely possessed what was called a god suit. This was the greatest benefit Qian Xunji had obtained from successfully surviving this divine tool tribulation. This was different from the angel god suit, sea god suit, and Rakshasa god suit obtained by Qian Runshui, Tang San, and Bibi Dong. What they possessed were merely pieces of equipment to be worn on the body. While what Qian Xunji possessed was a divine tool that could act independently, learn and fight autonomously, and had an artifact spirit. There was no situation where the weapon could be stolen and used by others on the spot. If the difference in strength was too great, that was another matter entirely. Anti-theft functionality, one of a kind. The shattered emperor armor spirit was repaired and evolved from a tool spirit into a divine tool. It was a pity it was just an inanimate object. I'm alive, the deep-sea demon whale king said with lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Qian Xunji protecting it behind him, facing the tribulation lightning himself, and actively bearing the main damage, it would have been finished. Qian Xunji, sacrificing myself to you is the most correct choice I have ever made in my life. Save the compliments for later, take me away from here first. Qian Xunji didn't like being watched by others like a monkey. The first thing after the tribulation was to enjoy the service of an intelligent divine tool. No need to think, no need to move, this feeling was really good. Chapter 57. The Rakshasa god is reckless when taking action. A pressure descended, freezing sect master Tang Zhen and Ji Yu Rong in their tracks. It also stunned everyone present. The 2 titled douluo had intended to take advantage of Qian Xunji's state to end his life and exact revenge. The void tore open, revealing a giant eyeball. It cast a cold glance at the 2 below, and once Qian Xunji had safely departed, it vanished without a trace. From its appearance to its departure, the douluo plane consciousness did not say a single word. This showed that it had reached a level of anger beyond words. Ignorant and foolish douluo natives, who don't even know their own place. To think you would try to kill the next Asura god while he is heavily injured after passing his divine trial. What a stroke of stupidity, trying to drag every living being in this plane down with you. Just moments ago, the douluo plane consciousness had seen sect master Tang Zhen and Ji Yu Rong move to kill Qian Xunji. It acted without hesitation, fearing that if it were even a step too slow, the 2 might kill Qian Xunji while he was at his weakest after surviving the heavenly tribulation. If Qian Xunji were killed in 1 second, the next second, the Asura God King would enter a blood rage state, wield the super divine artifact Asura God Sword, and strike down with the divine ability Asura Judgment. Douluo Plane Consciousness. I'm going to fall apart. The douluo plane consciousness grew more terrified and angrier the more it thought about it. In its rage, it cast heavenly nails down upon the clear sky sect grounds and the 7 treasure glazed tile school grounds. It did not kill, only destroyed buildings. This was because it was kind-hearted and did not want to implicate innocent people, yet it still wanted to punish the 2. No, 3. There was also Ning Fengji, that guy with a hole in his brain. Ning Fengji, who was despised by the douluo plane consciousness, was currently devastated. He fell to his knees, lowered his head, and pounded the ground repeatedly with his right hand as tears streamed from his eyes. No, snowflakes drifted, and the north wind whistled. Ning Fengji could not bring himself to believe what he had seen with his own eyes. Qian Xunji, his father's killer, had actually survived such terrifying thunder. Surviving was one thing, but it seemed he had even gained benefits. He lamented his own lack of knowledge, not knowing what that object was. But Ning Fengji could be certain that the golden light descending from the sky was definitely no ordinary object. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit possessed an appraisal function capable of identifying all things in the world. Yet that golden light was immeasurable and priceless. This was the first time in his life that Ning Fengji had encountered such a situation. And what exactly was that giant eyeball that appeared in the void just now, looking down upon all living things? Why was the other party countless times stronger than a limit douluo, causing one to instinctively feel that resistance was impossible? Its mere thought could stun 2 titled douluo powerhouses. Ning Fengji. Such strength is simply terrifying. Damn Qian Xunji, to have such a powerhouse protecting him, it really makes one envious, jealous, and hateful. Could that giant eyeball just now be the plane consciousness lord that our ancestor encountered? Qian Dalu, head lowered in deep thought, speculated to himself. As the high priest of the angel god, unlike the ignorant people of other factions, he knew more of the plane's secrets. He had learned of the existence of such a special entity as the plane consciousness from scattered fragments in ancient texts. But wasn't such an entity, which maintained the stability and balance of the douluo plane, supposed to almost never appear before the world? Why would it do this for a person? No, that could no longer be called a person. That was an existence that had stepped into the divine realm. As the high priest of the angel god, Qian Dalu naturally possessed angel divine force within him. Yet the divine force contained within Qian Xunji was far greater than that of him, the high priest of the angel god. And that body that could withstand the tribulation lightning without being destroyed, Qian Dalu would believe it if one claimed it was a divine body. Even the weakest first bolt of tribulation lightning would be unbearable if struck directly. Qian Dalu. My body would at least have a huge hole in it. I couldn't take even one hit. The Rakshasa divine sense dwelling within Qian Dalu's spiritual consciousness sea was currently curled up in a corner, shivering. It was terrified. Just moments ago, it felt that it was about to die under the Asura god's sword. These ignorant and foolish douluo natives, they actually wanted to kill the next Asura god. Calamity, what a calamity. If you want to court death, don't drag every living being in the douluo plane down with you. Don't you know that the Asura god has been wanting to retire for tens of thousands of years? It was hard enough to find a successor who could carry the Asura god position, and what's even more precious is that this successor received the approval of the other 4 god kings at the God Realm Supreme Council meeting. That's a sealed, confirmed, next Asura god. How dare you? Even if you don't know about that or the heavenly tribulation, you should have been able to feel the incomparably powerful aura on him. Who gave you ants the courage to think that you could kill a giant dragon just because it was heavily injured? What makes you think that someone capable of cultivating to this level has no backing? The Rakshasa god knew more than the others. It knew that besides the Asura god, there was another god king level powerhouse behind Qian Xunji, acting as his protector. It was the first entity to target Qian Xunji, and after being warned, it had abandoned its original territory. When Qian Xunji first entered Slaughter City, he had not yet obtained the Slaughter God domain, received the Asura God trial, or gained the attention of the Asura God. It could be said that it had been targeting Qian Xunji back when he was at his weakest. A divinity like itself hadn't even succeeded in targeting a level 98 super douluo. Yet a few mere titled douluo dared to target a powerhouse who had survived the heavenly tribulation. And they almost got it killed. The more the Rakshasa god thought about it, the angrier it became, so angry it unleashed 3,000 lightning strikes. Any ant that displeased it would have to accept its sanctions. The Rakshasa god's eyes flashed with madness. This god will not let you die easily. This god wants you to live well, accept the malice of the world, feel pain, bear pain, and constantly repent in that pain. When Ji Yu Rong regained the ability to move and swept Ning Fengji up in his arms in a bridal carry, the Rakshasa god acted decisively. As soon as it acted, it made the other party suffer both physically and mentally, in unbearable agony. Ji Yu Rong carried Ning Fengji and used a space teleportation spirit ability to return to the 7 treasure glazed tile school grounds. By this time, it was dark, the moon was full, and the stars were twinkling. The night wind blew with a chill, causing Ning Fengji to instinctively shrink into Ji Yu Rong's embrace. Upon returning home, the home was gone. The original 7 treasure glazed tile school grounds, the commercially prosperous 7 treasure city, had been turned into ruins by the rage of the douluo plane consciousness. Seeing this scene, Ning Fengji's mind collapsed, his eyes turned red, he breathed heavily like an ox, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar, "My 7 treasure glazed tile school! My 7 treasure city!" Ning Fengji's roar attracted the residents of 7 treasure city. They looked helpless. An earthquake struck, silently. By the time they had all left their houses and reached an open area, all the buildings in 7 treasure city collapsed with a roar. Everyone lost their homes, but the only stroke of luck was that the douluo plane consciousness was kind-hearted and unwilling to harm the innocent, which was why no one died in this incident. However, some injuries were inevitable. As the audience gathered, the Rakshasa god began to exert its power. Bridal carry, carried to the bed. With the ground as the bed, the performance began. Ning Fengji, Uncle Ji Yu. Ji Yu Rong, Fengji. A call of Uncle Ji Yu, a lifetime of Uncle Ji Yu. A call of Fengji, a day of Fengji. As an outsider, the Rakshasa god was reckless when causing trouble. As soon as it acted, it wanted to open people's eyes. Open the third eye and look at this world. Female audience. Wow, so the seemingly weak sect master and the usually cold-faced grand elder have such a relationship. I ship it, I ship it. Male audience. The grand elder is worthy of being a dragon-type spirit user. He is truly strong and brave, charging ahead despite the difficulties, unafraid of hardship or fatigue. Chapter 58 Rakshasa God, Summoning Kin. Summoning Kin. In the Ziling mountain range, about 3 to 4 kilometers away from the Clear Sky sect's residence, New Clear Sky Fortress, the Rakshasa god stood with arms crossed. With just a word from it, a massive magic circle glowing with a ghostly purple light appeared on the ground. The magic circle connected to the bat nest in the Hell Road of Slaughter City. The blood-winged 9-headed Bat King. The dark gold 3-headed Bat King. Thousands upon thousands of blood-red vampire bats. Continuous shadows flew out from the magic circle. Greetings, Lord Main God. The blood-winged 9-headed Bat King bowed respectfully to the Rakshasa god. Greetings, Lord Main God. The dark gold 3-headed Bat King bowed respectfully to the Rakshasa god. The vampire bats whose cultivation age was insufficient to speak bowed in worship. The Rakshasa god raised a hand to create a projection, and the figure in the image was Sect Master Tang Zhen of the Clear Sky sect. My kin, I want this human alive, living in pain. Do not let your gluttony grant him a quick death. What I want is for him to suffer his whole life and live in regret forever. As soon as the words fell, the Rakshasa god used its divine force to create a new home for its kin right on the spot. It made its kin neighbors to the Clear Sky sect, intending to conveniently harass and torture them every day, keeping them in daily agony. We obey the divine decree, as the Lord Main God wishes. ×2. After pointing out the location of New Clear Sky Fortress to its kin, the Rakshasa god departed. Inside the Clear Sky sect, let alone a limit douluo, there was not even a single super douluo. Sect Master Tang Zhen was just a sect slave whose parents and wife were all dead. The methods used to deal with Ji Yu Rong and Ning Fengji were not suitable for Sect Master Tang Zhen. To break this old fellow and make him feel extreme pain, one could only bear children by turning his two proud, precious sons into women. The Rakshasa god's eyes turned toward the direction of Sea God Island, and it let out a cold snort, very displeased. HMPH, consider yourselves lucky, you two brothers. Once the angel god died, it could do whatever it wanted in Spirit City, the place where the angel god left its inheritance in the human world. But the sea god was still alive, so if it went to Sea God Island, the place where the sea god Poseidon left his inheritance in the human world, it could not do whatever it pleased. He had backing in the god realm and someone to manage things. The night deepened, and the shy moon hid behind the clouds. The Clear Sky sect's residence, New Clear Sky Fortress. My newly moved into home. As soon as Sect Master Tang Gen returned to the sect, he saw the scene of his sect turned into ruins, and tears streamed from his tiger-like eyes. Ah, why must the heavens treat the Clear Sky sect this way? What exactly did they, the Clear Sky Tang clan, do to be targeted like this? His father was killed in public, and his corpse was taken away by the murderer as a trophy. The sect's prestige collapsed, and people's hearts scattered as they left. Later, they were besieged by the 6 allied sects. It was a rare stroke of luck that his beloved son Tang Hao was favored by Lord Sea God Poseidon, allowing the Clear Sky sect to form a bond with Sea God Island. Borrowing the influence of the level 99 limit douluo high priestess Bo Saishi, they repelled the 6 sect coalition and built a new home in these seaside mountains. Who would have thought that just a few days after the new home was built, it would become ruins? No, snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind whistled. Even sadness had to wait. Led by the blood-winged 9-headed Bat King and the dark gold 3-headed Bat King, an army of tens of thousands of vampire bats formed a beast tide, flapping their wings as they approached New Clear Sky Fortress. The order from their master, the Rakshasa god, was absolute. What kind of spirit beast is this? There are so many of them. Sect Master Tang Gen was astonished, and a feeling of fear spread in his heart. No matter what, he could not imagine that in the middle of the night, he would encounter a beast tide composed of spirit beasts attacking. When building the New Clear Sky Fortress here, he had specifically led the elders to inspect the surroundings and had not discovered any powerful 100,000-year spirit beasts. Those spirit beasts that lived in large groups had also been hunted by them and turned into salted meat. As a level 93 titled douluo, although he could not see clearly because it was late at night, he could clearly feel 2 extremely dangerous auras rushing toward him. Family, be careful, a beast tide led by 100,000-year spirit beasts is attacking. Sect Master Tang Gen roared to warn them. The sleeping clansmen were all awakened. Tang Yuehua was awakened and opened her eyes, feeling at a loss. She was just a piece of trash with innate spirit power level 9 who could not cultivate. Without any power, she could only become a burden when facing the so-called beast tide. Tang Yuehua, not wanting to die, wailed loudly, hoping her father would notice her, "Daddy, Daddy." But at this moment, Sect Master Tang Gen was sweating profusely. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings illuminated the surroundings, and his hands tightly gripped the Clear Sky hammer. Facing the attack of 2 100,000-year flying spirit beasts, he dared not relax his spirit for even a moment. Ah, don't bite my neck. Be careful, these bats carry toxins, do not get bitten. A night of fierce fighting. The sun rose from the other side of the mountain, illuminating the world. Sect Master Tang Gen, who had light injuries but was poisoned and felt a burning, stabbing pain every moment, had eyes filled with bloodshot veins, turning bright red. He panted heavily, exhaling white mist from his mouth and nose. He looked around and saw countless family members with wounds on their necks, pale faces, and weak bodies, but they were still alive. Even his trash daughter had been bitten by the vampire bats, entering an anemic state with a pale face, while the toxins constantly tortured her from within. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Clearly, the number of spirit beasts attacking was so large, and there were 2 spirit beasts with cultivation reaching 100,000 years in command. With a beast tide of this level, not many of their Clear Sky sect disciples had died. But all the salted meat that had been salvaged from the ruins was gone. The corpses of soft bones rabbits had also been thrown into the water well. As time passed, Sect Master Tang Gen discovered that these bats usually only attacked in the middle of the night to suck human blood and steal food. But whenever clansmen wanted to leave the Zilling mountain range, they would be ambushed and killed, their blood completely drained, turning into dried corpses. What exactly is the origin of these bats, and why are they targeting our clear sky sect? Tang Lai, the god of civil war, suffered a mental breakdown because his son went down the mountain to purchase food and was ambushed and killed by the dark gold three-headed bat king, his blood drained and turned into a dried corpse. Sect master Tang Zhen thought of the large eye that appeared on the day Qian Xunji underwent the tribulation. Although he did not know what that was, he could clearly feel that it was an existence from another domain. An existence in a domain higher than that of a spirit master, perhaps it could be called a god. Could it be that big eye targeting our clear sky sect? And these bats came under its orders. Sect master Tang Zhen could not help but think so. Achoo! The Rakshasa god sneezed. Who is talking about me behind my back again? Do not let me catch you, otherwise you will have a hard time. The incompetent Qian Dalu was not strong enough to feel the Rakshasa god, who resided in his spiritual sea of consciousness, complaining. He only felt that today's work was more than before. Moreover, for no reason, he ate small grains of sand in his bread and drank hair in his milk. He even ate cheese with live maggots. Even his clothes split open, revealing his underwear, causing him to lose a lot of face. For all these things, he could not find out who the culprit was. Qian Daoliu knew that someone was deliberately targeting him. The opponent's strength was far superior to his, and they could successfully play tricks on him without him realizing, disgusting him. The plain consciousness wouldn't do such boring things, would it? Qian Daoliu wondered in his heart, denying it. That day, he only wanted Qian Xunji to hand over the corpse of his good friend Tang Chen. He did not want to put Qian Xunji to death like Tang Zhen, Ji Yurong, and Ning Fengji. The Clear Sky sect had an incident where they were attacked by a swarm of bats. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's Southern News broadcast was reporting, Uncle Ji Yu is on top, Fengji is on the bottom. He had heard of it. That was truly, as long as one didn't die, they would be tormented to death. It was truly too brutal. Chapter 59. Asura God. I'll run away once the god position is stable. Slaughter City. Little G, this is the Asura god seat. I am passing it to you now, do not resist. The Asura god suddenly descended, appearing before the recuperating Qian Xunji, pulled out the core of the Asura god seat, and was about to stuff it into his body. No time to react, no room to refuse. This left Qian Xunji completely bewildered. He didn't remember passing the 9th trial of Asura. Nor did he remember completely converting the spirit power in his body into divine force. His affinity with the Asura divine force was only a mere 80%. What was this Asura god doing? A god position inheritance giveaway event. Without even asking if he wanted to inherit it, he just shoved it in. Is this appropriate? Is this reasonable? Suddenly, Qian Xunji recalled the original plot of Douluo continent, where Tang San was killed by Bibi Dong in the war at Jialing Pass, brought back to life by the food god and 9-colored goddess, and then inexplicably inherited the Asura god seat. Just how desperate is this Asura god to retire? He complained inwardly. The other party's impatient demeanor looked exactly like someone eager to dump assets at a high price and rake in the profits. Feeling the movement of the Asura god seat core, the Asura god stopped his actions. At this moment, the Asura god was like an old father raising a daughter, releasing his hand. Then he blinked and looked at his precious daughter in disbelief, only to see the Asura god seat core break free, fly over to Qian Xunji by itself. It affectionately rubbed against his cheek, then took the initiative to enter Qian Xunji's body. Asura divine force affinity 90%, 95%, 100%, it was full. The Asura god was incredibly surprised. Is this right? He suddenly had the illusion that the cabbage he had raised wanted a lover, not a father. His affinity with the Asura god seat was 100%, because the maximum score was 100%. While Qian Xunji's affinity with the Asura god seat was 100%, because the maximum was just 100%. HMPH, what a fickle little guy. Regarding the performance of the Asura god seat core, the Asura god felt somewhat dissatisfied. The god position core is like a daughter, you can't keep a grown daughter at home. But this was also good, saving him from having to use more methods and effort. How does your body feel after inheriting the god position? The Asura god asked with concern. There is an essential difference between a god king level god position core and a first level god position core. Although the Asura god seat core seemed desperate to marry and merge with Qian Xunji immediately, that didn't mean accidents wouldn't happen, even if Qian Xunji could pass the heavenly tribulation on his own. No special feeling, just that my divine force affinity reached 100%, all the spirit power in my body converted into divine force, and I gained an extra blood gold spirit ring. Qian Xunji did not hide anything and answered truthfully. However, compared to Tang San, whose clear sky hammer spirit ring age all increased by 50,000 years when inheriting the Asura god seat, Qian Xunji did not receive the same reward. But he didn't care about that. As a normal person who would actively cultivate various skills, he didn't rely on spirit ring and spirit bone skills in battle. Furthermore, one didn't see Tang San using spirit ring skills after becoming the Sea God King. It was just that his Emperor Armor Spirit, which had advanced to a divine artifact, replaced all his spirit bones and became the Asura God Armor. It would probably have to be renamed the Asura Armor in the future. The Asura God grabbed Qian Xunji's hand to check whether there was any rejection between his body and the Asura God seat core using divine force. After an afternoon, no abnormalities, very safe. But for the sake of safety. 3 days later, checked again, very good, no rejection reactions. Seeing this, the Asura god's mouth curled up, and the smile was like an AK with full firepower, simply impossible to suppress. Great, finally I can leave the plague-ridden god realm, gain freedom, and go out to enjoy myself. He rejoiced in his heart. Not only that, this successor, Qian Xunji, was gifted and also a grinder. After inheriting the Asura god seat, it shouldn't take him long to cultivate to the current God King peak cultivation level. With a powerful God King sitting in the God realm, even if the kindness goddess and the evil God King left the God realm like him, safety would not be a big problem. Although he had prejudices against Qian Xunji's fighting style, he never denied the excellence of his combat ability. It's just that this guy doesn't act like a human, no, he doesn't act like a god, and likes to use his sword to ambush from behind. That kind of fighting style was simply too brutal. There is one thing I must tell you in advance. Before you ascend to the god realm, Sea God Poseidon is temporarily acting as the law enforcement god. After you ascend to the god realm, you can hand over the law enforcement god position with Sea God Poseidon at the god realm committee meeting and take it back. Hearing this, Qian Xunji's eyes lit up. Law enforcement god, Sea God Poseidon is doing this job. Great, this law enforcement god position, the sea god lineage should sit tight, please don't let me take over. Qian Xunji chose to inherit the Asura god seat not only because it was the greatest opportunity in the douluo era, but also because it wasn't picky about people. Apart from the high talent requirements and the difficult god trial content, there were no big problems. The most important reason was to avoid his own dead end in the original work. As for ascending to the god realm, being a law enforcement god, punching the clock every day, working hard, and shining for the god realm. Qian Xunji, what does this have to do with me? If the god realm is in crisis and needs him to act, no problem, he will act when necessary. After receiving the benefits, he would definitely fulfill the obligations he should fulfill. One cannot learn from Bibi Dong, taking and demanding, wanting everything, yet unwilling to pay. Senior Asura God, what about the Asura God sword? Super divine artifacts are not allowed to be brought out of the god realm. After you ascend to the god realm, you will be able to see it when you move into the Asura God temple. The Asura God answered Qian Xunji's question. Then he took out his collection. The god position cores obtained from depriving beast-type divinities of their god positions. Qian Xunji looked at the new god position cores taken out by the Asura God and asked in confusion, what are these? A gift for you, 4 second-level god position cores. You are about to ascend. As a god king of the god realm, you need your own team to work for you, share your worries, and be loyal subordinates. You can stay in the mortal world for 100 years. Before ascending to the god realm, you can cultivate a few more capable assistants. Cultivate a food system spirit master and a healing system spirit master well, and strive to obtain and inherit the god positions of the food god and 9-colored goddess couple to expand your own team. This will be beneficial for your future ascension to the god realm. The Asura God thought of the sea god and decided to help his little brother, helping him successfully pass down his god position, gain freedom, get his wish to leave the God realm, and wander the universe in search of opportunities. He believed that as long as this grinder Qian Xunji was willing to cultivate subordinates and help sea god Poseidon get a successor, it would definitely be a sure thing. With the 100,000-year spirit bones in his hands, this guy could easily gather a full set of 6 spirit bones. The sea god is a first-level god. If you can cultivate a genius to inherit the sea god's god position as your subordinate, it will be very beneficial to you in the future. After explaining everything, the Asura god left behind some immortal spirit chi of the god realm for Qian Xunji to cultivate, and then slipped away directly. He couldn't wait to travel the universe and enjoy the fragrance of freedom. God realm. The kindness goddess saw that the Asura god didn't even say goodbye to his old friends before leaving, and left happily like a wild monkey just out of the world. This Asura, he forgot the words I told him to pass on to Qian Xunji. The evil god king shrugged helplessly. The kindness goddess was still thinking about finding a wife for the Asura lineage. This is probably difficult. Qian Xunji, the second-generation Asura god, looks just like the Asura god, a natural loner. The life goddess felt a great sorrow and showed a compassionate expression. She was reluctant to see the Asura god leave the god realm. The destruction god king was very interested in Qian Xunji coming to the god realm. He hoped that the other party was a divinity with pursuits and would be willing to support his idea of expanding the god realm. Chapter 60. Qian Xunji. From now on, the roles are reversed. Bonus chapter for book friend Zhu Xing. Time flies like a shuttle. A single seclusion for a god takes several years. Qian Xunji refined all the celestial spirit energy left behind by the Asura god. I am no longer that abandoned son, the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji, serving under the angel god. And I am certainly not that notorious rapist, the chamber douluo Qian Xunji, he thought to himself. I am the second-generation Asura god, Qian Xunji, who defies the heavens and changes fate. From now on, the roles are reversed. I will strike as the Asura god king. He. When Qian Xunji's mental force, divine force, and physical strength all reached the level of a first-class god. Within the douluo plane, no existence could kill him anymore. Not even the Silver Dragon King, who was currently recovering from injuries. That remnant soul of the dragon god in the Dragon Valley small world did not belong to the scope of the douluo plane. Only enemies from the heavens or fellow transmigrators could pose a threat to his life. He took a step out, left Slaughter City, then grabbed Slaughter City and threw it into his own divine world. The douluo continent did not need a prison like Slaughter City. When criminals traveled here from all over the continent, countless innocents would inevitably be killed along the way. Criminals, that scum, beasts, degenerates, things that weren't even human, once caught and with solid evidence, they should be executed on the spot. Their corpses could be used as compost to nourish crops. He glanced across the distance towards Sea God Island. He saw that Tang Hao, that brat, was still just a lowly spirit saint, so weak it didn't even pique his interest. It had been over a decade since he left Spirit City. Deep down, Qian Xunji felt that at this point in time, something big seemed to be happening in Spirit City. However, for the moment, he couldn't recall what it was. But that didn't stop him from going to Spirit City to use high salaries as bait to poach some talent and form the Dragon Valley Special Operations Team, as well as training professional managers to do the work for him. After all, once the 100-year period arrived, he would ascend to the god realm. Given the personality of that utterly shameless guy, Poseidon, he would definitely return the position of enforcement god to him. Before that, he had to build his own judicial system, recruit sufficiently excellent personnel, and let them work for him. Qian Xunji. I've already become a god king. If I still have to work, wouldn't that mean I became a god king for nothing? At most, I'll review reports and arrange the next phase of work, that's all. With one step, he arrived above Spirit City. Looking down from above, he saw the system pop up character information. Open black lens bracket name, Qian dalu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket special title, Chamber douluo close black lens bracket. Qian dalu, Chamber douluo. Ah, Qian Xunji curled his lips. His divine sense swept over, scanning to Bibi Dong in the chamber of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian dalu, I hate you, I hate you. You are the one who ruined me. You destroyed my love. The way this ingrate with a love-addled brain, Bibi Dong, was breaking down, complaining, and cursing was truly insane. This kind of person just lived too comfortably, couldn't recognize reality, and needed a beating or a shock. As long as you beat Bibi Dong every day, she would only want to say to you, please don't hit me anymore. Spinning Qian dalu like a top, that matter could be set aside for now. What Qian Xunji was more concerned about now was who this world's Bibi Dong had fallen in love with. After all, the Yu Shaogang of this world had already become a noble boss. Bibi Dong, that uneducated person, couldn't possibly be a pretentious literary woman, right? The consecration hall. Gold crocodile douluo, who was meditating and cultivating, sensed someone arriving. He stopped his cultivation, walked out of his room, and came to the living room. He saw a silver-haired man sitting there, head bowed, brewing tea. Gold crocodile douluo, long time no see, Qian Xunji said, looking up to greet him. Upon seeing the real face of the visitor, although the other party's hair color had turned silver and his eye color had turned red, the features of that face were indeed Qian Xunji's. He spoke with surprise and some confusion. Are you Xunji? That's right, Qian Xunji replied. Where have you been all these years? Why hasn't there been any news? Gold crocodile douluo was a figure of the grandfather generation who had watched Qian Xunji grow up, and he cared for Qian Xunji just like a grandfather. As soon as they met, he started asking about this and that, asking if he had been living well outside and if he had been eating properly. A single mouse dropping spoils the whole pot of porridge, Qian Xunji complained inwardly, comparing Bibi Dong to a mouse dropping. This was his first time seeing gold crocodile douluo since he transmigrated. After spending only a short time together, he felt this person was all right. He was worth associating with. Whether it was the gold crocodile douluo from the original work who sacrificed his life to save Qian Runshui, or the gold crocodile douluo before him now who was like a kind elder, both left him with a good impression. Possessing the cultivation of a level 98 super douluo, gold crocodile douluo's strength could go even further. What's going on with Qian Dalu? Why is he having a second spring? Qian Xunji asked about the matter he was most curious about. Gold crocodile douluo's eyes flickered. Don't ask about this matter. This matter was a bit embarrassing to speak of. He felt ashamed on behalf of Qian Dalu. Bibi Dong's series of brainless actions had simply brought total disgrace to Spirit Hall. Seeing and hearing this, Qian Xunji noticed the change in gold crocodile douluo's expression and instantly saw through his thoughts. The other party knew the inside story but was just too embarrassed to speak. He took out a spirit core condensation pill, refined from a Hunyuan immortal herb that had been matured with divine force, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of gold crocodile douluo. The alchemy technique was sponsored by Mother System, obtained from monthly check-ins. One Hunyuan immortal herb, plus some auxiliary spiritual medicines, could refine 5 spirit core condensation pills, which possessed the same effect as consuming a whole Hunyuan immortal herb. Once a spirit core condensation pill was ingested, it would 100% condense a pure spirit power spirit core, without worrying about failure during condensation, which could lead to a core explosion and killing oneself. This is an intelligence fee, Qian Xunji said with a smile. What is this? Gold crocodile douluo knew of the existence of alchemy and also that drugs refined by excellent alchemists using precious spiritual medicines could accelerate the improvement of a spirit master's cultivation. A treasure that can let you break through the bottleneck and become a limit douluo, Qian Xunji explained. Gold crocodile douluo trusted Qian Xunji, this obedient child he had watched grow up. If it were something given by Bibi Dong, he wouldn't dare eat it. As the pill entered his stomach, he felt something forming inside his body, rotating to absorb the heaven and earth energy from the outside world and convert it into spirit power. An hour later, gold crocodile douluo felt the changes in his body and said with surprise and joy, I've already broken through the bottleneck. He who takes benefits becomes indebted. Having taken the benefits from Qian Xunji, gold crocodile douluo naturally no longer covered up the ugly matters for Qian Dalu. Xunji, you left Spirit City for over a decade and didn't come back, so you don't know that brat Qian Dalu, he has no brain. After taking Bibi Dong as his disciple, he only knew how to pamper and spoil her. Even though I warned him that doing so would lead to trouble later, he just wouldn't listen and insisted on having his own way. You don't know just how arrogant, willful, and condescending that Bibi Dong is. The more Gold Crocodile Douluo spoke, the angrier he became, feeling helpless, speechless, and weary. And there was also criticism of Qian Dalu's failure in education. Chapter 61. Yu Xiaogang, Rose, Aristocratic Bus. Qian Xunji, you don't know about that Bibi Dong, she is truly a born evil ingrate, it's so frustrating to even look at her. As Gold Crocodile Douluo spoke, he began to sigh repeatedly. He truly did not understand Bibi Dong's train of thought. Qian Xunji poured a cup of tea for Gold Crocodile Douluo, letting him moisten his throat before continuing to speak. Bibi Dong being born evil and an ingrate was absolutely correct. But it left out that she is a stupid lovesick fool, crazy, selfish, self-centered, and thinks the whole world must accommodate her, among other things. The Bibi Dong in the original work had a heaven-defying rating of 20 out of 10. I wonder how high the heaven-defying rating is for the Bibi Dong in this world. After Gold Crocodile Douluo drank the tea to moisten his throat, he asked, "Delicious, what kind of tea is this?" "Iced black tea," Qian Xunji replied. "It's not enough, can I have another big bowl?" Gold Crocodile Douluo rubbed his cheek with his index finger, speaking with some embarrassment. As an elder, he shouldn't have asked a junior for things. But helplessly, he had spoken too much just now, his throat was smoking, and this iced black tea was truly cold, delicious, and thirst-quenching. For such a small request, Qian Xunji complied, filled a big bowl, and steadily pushed it in front of Gold Crocodile Douluo. "Thanks." Gold Crocodile Douluo smiled and thanked him. A junior like Qian Xunji who respects his elders and knows how to share good things is really incomparable to that born evil ingrate, Bibi Dong. No, comparing the two of them is simply insulting Qian Xunji. Gulp, gulp, a bowl went down. Refreshing. Let's continue. Bibi Dong was able to cultivate to Spirit Emperor by the age of 18, there is no denying that her talent is indeed extraordinary. But it was also in this year that she voluntarily applied to go out for training. Speaking of this, Gold Crocodile Douluo paused, thinking of what happened afterwards, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He never expected that once Bibi Dong went out, she would immediately make a huge mess. She directly made Spirit Hall the laughingstock of the Spirit Master's world. The level of shock was even more outrageous and embarrassing than the incident involving 7 treasure-glazed tile school sect master Ning Fengji and the Supreme Elder and Guardian Douluo Ji Yu Rong several years ago. Everyone could at least understand Ning Fengji. After all, the object was a titled Douluo powerhouse, and he was just an auxiliary spirit master with no combat ability. Sacrificing a bit of looks could earn the personal protection of a titled Douluo powerhouse. This kind of good thing, whether it was the Heaven Do Emperor, great nobles, or those second or third-rate sects and clans, they wouldn't mind sacrificing themselves to a titled Douluo to gain protection. Suffering a little grievance to save one's life, this deal was too cost-effective. But Bibi Dong's situation was different. A genius who could cultivate to Spirit Emperor at 18, as long as she didn't fall, would definitely be a titled Douluo in the future, and a powerhouse among titled Douluos at that. It was not impossible for her to even cultivate to limit Douluo. But she was such a proud daughter of heaven in the eyes of outsiders, with a limitless future. She had the talent, twin top-tier Spider Emperor Beast Spirit, innate full spirit power. She had the status, the only disciple of one of the 99th level limit Douluos, Angel Douluo Qian Dalu, current Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, and future Supreme Pontiff. Such an existence actually fell in love at first sight with Yu Xiaogang, who had been stripped of the Yu surname by the Blue Lightning Yu family, expelled from the family, driven out of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and became an aristocratic bus, with the nickname Rose. This Yu Xiaogang was not ordinary. Famous under the name of Rose, from the Heaven Do Empire to the Star Luo Empire, whether it was noble spirit masters or commoner spirit masters, if not everyone knew him, then 7 or 8 out of 10 people had heard his name. As the biological son of Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the original upper 3 sects, Yu Xiaogang used his innate 0.5 level spirit power and pig boar spirit to make himself famous and make the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect a laughingstock. Relying on his status as the sect master's own son, he seized the cultivation resources of other disciples within the sect, and when going out, he relied on the status of the sect and the son of a titled douluo to act tyrannically and rob noble spirit masters of their cultivation resources. By sparing no cost and crazily consuming medicine, Yu Shaoging's spirit power reached level 10. He hunted a thunder attribute sub-dragon as a spirit ring but only obtained a spirit ability that could only fart. Once this news came out, it pushed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to the headlines again, becoming a joke to the entire Spirit Masters world. It even caused a situation in those few years where commoner Spirit Masters retreated and were unwilling to join the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It wasn't until Yu Shaoging was stripped of the Yu surname, expelled from the family, and driven out of the sect, becoming Yu Shaoging, that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's reputation among commoner Spirit Masters improved, and they were able to recruit commoner Spirit Masters to join the sect again. Later, Yu Shaoging debuted in the Heaven Do Noble Circle under the name Rose, and became an aristocratic boss. Although he hit the headlines again, he did not implicate the Blue Lightning Yu family, nor did he affect the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If Bibi Dong just wanted to experience noble pleasures and spend money to play with Yu Shaoging, that would be fine. After all, he was the son of a titled douluo, his noble status was there. If you didn't play with him, there were plenty of people who would. Especially those who had been bullied and oppressed by Yu Shaoging. They would borrow money to play with him, eat a piece of whale glue, and play hard. As long as he didn't die, they would use healing spirit abilities, and once he recovered, they would continue to play. But Bibi Dong was different. She snatched the aristocratic bus back and used it as a private car. She didn't pay the ransom, injured the nobles, snatched Yu Shaoging back, and directly made a huge scene. Countless simps in the Spirit Masters world who had a secret crush on Bibi Dong and lecherous men who coveted her beauty knelt down one after another and roared at the sky. No, my goddess, lover, wife. Snowflakes drifted, the north wind whistled. Hearing this, Qian Xunji's expression, which had no emotional fluctuation, revealed a strange look. He thought to himself, there's even a sentimental, self-cuckolding segment. The Bibi Dong in this world has even less of a bottom line than the one in the original work. Told from Gold Crocodile douluo's perspective, the intelligence was not comprehensive, but from Bibi Dong's behavior, it could be judged that this woman was very heaven-defying. Yu Shaoging, as an aristocratic boss, was the private property of the Heaven Do noble, Brother Scar. If Bibi Dong had just spent a little money to buy him, she wouldn't have made a scene and made it known to everyone. Qian Xunji drank a cup of iced coconut tree brand coconut milk and ate a few potato chips. Listening to stories and eating big melons, how could one not eat some snacks? Guess what Bibi Dong did after she snatched Yu Shaoging? A playful expression appeared on Gold Crocodile douluo's face. I won't guess. After Qian Xunji finished speaking, he pushed a big bowl of iced black tea to Gold Crocodile douluo. Gold Crocodile douluo drank it down in one gulp, revealing a satisfied and refreshed expression, and then coughed twice. She brought Yu Shaoging back to Spirit City, settled him in a villa, and then found a healing spirit master to treat Yu Shaoging. As a result, guess what? Yu Shaoging had long been played until broken by those older noble women. He was impotent, and one of his kidneys was also damaged. As Gold Crocodile douluo spoke, he burst into loud laughter. It was too hilarious. Bibi Dong, this born evil ingrate, snatched a useless sick chicken from outside. Qian Xunji also laughed. The two clinked glasses, one drinking iced black tea, the other drinking iced coconut tree brand coconut milk, enjoying it to the fullest. Absolutely wonderful. Chapter 62 Qian Dalu. You are despicable, you only lust after his body. Yu Shaoging is impotent, and one of his kidneys is ruined. It seems those nobles have certainly treated Yu Shaoging well these past few years. Truly, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. For an idiot like Yu Shaoging who is evil by nature, one must use stupid and wicked nobles to keep him in check. His body has been completely run down by the exploitation of the nobles. When it comes to exploitation, noble slave owners are the true professionals. Why not throw Bibi Dong to the nobles as well, and have her debut as the Spider Girl? Oh, wait, no, debut under the name, Dong Zhu. A glass wall, with Yu Shaoging on one side and Dongzi Bibi Dong on the other. Face to face, yet unable to touch, they can only watch as the other is being played with. Bibi Dong is like an incompetent simp, forced to watch her beloved Shaoging endure the general's 48-hour hellish training. I really don't know what is inside Bibi Dong's head. After learning that Yu Xiaogang was impotent and had one ruined kidney, she actually shouted at the healing spirit master, "If you can't cure Yu Xiaogang, don't even think about living." Domineering, unreasonable, and she didn't even pay the treatment fee. Then, that healing spirit master took advantage of the moment Bibi Dong was away to run off, and he told all his colleagues about the incident. Well, now it's a disaster. The whole city knows, and eventually, the matter reached the ears of Qian Dalu. At the thought of the constipated expression on Qian Dalu's face when he heard the news, Gold Crocodile douluo couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's too hilarious. That stubborn fool Qian Dalu has finally reaped what he sowed. I told him long ago, don't pamper Bibi Dong, don't spoil her, and don't give in to her every demand, or you'll ruin her. Sigh, I said everything I could, but he just kept repeating the triple threat, I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Well, look at him now, he's become the laughingstock of the Spirit Master's world. He's become the prime example of what not to do for parents in the areas surrounding Spirit City. If it weren't for the fact that Spirit City only allows Spirit Masters to reside within its walls, children who haven't awakened their spirits wouldn't be able to live here at all. I reckon the parents in Spirit City using the incident between Qian Dalu and Bibi Dong to educate their children could talk about it from morning till night. What is wrong with this Bibi Dong? Not paying time and time again. Is she used to getting things for free, or is this a special hobby of hers? Qian Xunji thought to himself. But, I suppose Bibi Dong has just lost her mind due to her romantic obsession. Whenever it concerns her lover, Bibi Dong loses all sense of reason and becomes brainless. Otherwise, why would she even spout those CEO-style lines? If you can't cure Yu Xiaogang, don't even think about living. Once those words were spoken, I'm sure the psychological trauma that Healing Spirit Master suffered will haunt him for the rest of his life. Of course, this has little to do with Qian Xunji. He only cares about how Qian Dalu, the high priest of the angel god, ended up becoming the chamber douluo. That piece of gossip is the most important part. Then, a furious Qian Dalu dropped his work, took some men, left the Supreme Pontiff Palace, and headed straight for the villa where Yu Xiaogang was staying. At the villa, a fierce argument erupted between Qian Dalu and Bibi Dong, with countless onlookers. Qian Dalu wanted to banish a piece of filth like Yu Xiaogang from Spirit City and tried to persuade Bibi Dong to turn back from her path and not be deceived by him. Bibi Dong shielded the terrified Yu Xiaogang, who had practically wet himself out of fear of Qian Dalu, behind her, faced Qian Dalu directly, pointed at him, and shouted, "You don't understand love at all." The accusation, "You don't understand love at all," was like a slap to both sides of the face, nearly causing Qian Dalu to black out and stumble, so furious he almost fainted. Qian Dalu was enraged. He pointed at Bibi Dong and cursed, "Love, my foot. You've only known each other for a few days, what kind of love could you possibly have? Even if it was love at first sight, you're just lusting after his body. You are despicable." Bibi Dong, with a flushed face, roared back in rebuttal, "In this life, I will marry no one but Xiaogang. This is an undying love, a love where we are the only two people in the world. Even if I lose everything I have now, leave Spirit City, and never return, I will still marry Xiaogang and live with him." The crowd watched the show and gossiped, all smiles, while only Qian Dalu was so angry that he tasted blood in his mouth. But Bibi Dong's talent was too exceptional, so he still wanted to try and salvage the situation. A rose that has already been played with by nobles, you treat it like a treasure, bring it home, and even want to marry him. You have completely humiliated my spirit hall. Qian Dalu had hoped to scold some sense into Bibi Dong, but she was impervious to reason and even started speaking without thinking, declaring that she would do anything for her beloved Xiaogang. If Qian Dalu dared to stop her from being with Xiaogang, or harmed even a single hair on Xiaogang's head in the name of looking out for her, then he would be her mortal enemy for the rest of her life. A furious Qian Dalu, pushed to his limit, flew into a rage, knocked Bibi Dong unconscious in front of everyone, and forcibly took her back to the Supreme Pontiff Palace. As for Yu Xiaogang, he ordered the palace guard knights to return the man to the Heaven Do noble, Brother Scar. After all, Yu Xiaogang was illegally obtained property that Bibi Dong had snatched back by force. Upholding the principle that private property is sacred and inviolable, Qian Dalu used this as an excuse to send Yu Xiaogang away, far from Spirit City, to cut off Bibi Dong's attachment. As for why heart-wrenching screams from Bibi Dong were heard in the secret chamber of the Supreme Pontiff Palace that night, and why Qian Dalu would do such a thing, Gold Crocodile Douluo wasn't entirely sure. It is said that for several months, Qian Dalu frequently entered the secret chamber, and shortly after, Bibi Dong's screams and curses would echo from within. How did Gold Crocodile Douluo know this? It was because, during that period, he was in the Supreme Pontiff Palace helping to process archives and heard it inadvertently. Qian Xunji listened to the juicy gossip while chewing on potato chips and drinking an ice-cold palm coconut milk. The Bibi Dong of this world is truly brave, he thought to himself. Compared to the Bibi Dong in the original work who only dared to approach the Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji in private, and threatened her life to elope with Yu Shaogang and marry into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Bibi Dong of this world is much braver. In Spirit City, Bibi Dong dared to argue with Qian Dalu until her face was red in front of everyone. And those female-oriented novel quotes, "If you dare harm a single hair on Shaogang's head, you will be my mortal enemy for this life." She actually dared to say such things out loud. Perhaps she received blessings from both Korn and Nurgle. Otherwise, how could she be so brainless and fearless of death? Bibi Dong hadn't even obtained her 9th spirit ring, let alone acquired the life-saving spirit ability of an undying body. Who exactly gave her the courage to utter such harsh words in front of a 99th level limit douluo? Not to mention the Rakshasa god, the current Bibi Dong hasn't even entered the Slaughter City dungeon to obtain the Slaughter God domain, nor has she been chosen by the Rakshasa god and granted the god trials. As for what to do about Spirit Hall losing all face and having its reputation ruined because of Bibi Dong. Qian Xunji. What does that have to do with me, an Asura god? I haven't been the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, a force under the Angel God, for over a decade. At worst, I can just let Spirit Hall go into liquidation, then rebrand and relaunch. Anyway, Spirit Hall's predecessor was called the Angel Church, it's not like we haven't done this before. However, after Spirit Hall rebrands and relaunches this time, it will have to be affiliated with the name of the Asura god. Power of faith. The more, the better. As for me, I don't just take anyone. Qian Xunji thought of a few disgusting characters. The unborn ingrate Juliana, the simp Yan, even dogs wouldn't want such trash. The person in charge of the Gangjin City Spirit Hall branch, the useless glutton, the greedy and lecherous Bishop Miles, what use is such garbage, such a hypocrite, such a criminal? As plant fertilizer, or spirit beast feed. Gold Crocodile Douluo. Please gather the high priests and elders for a meeting to discuss how to resolve the current problem. Oh, Gold Crocodile Douluo was very surprised. Xunji, are you planning to exercise your authority as Supreme Pontiff to resolve Spirit Hall's current reputation crisis? I am only solving the problem Spirit Hall is currently facing. We will hold a meeting to solve the problem, and there is no need to invite Qian Dalu, the one who created the problem. Seeing Gold Crocodile Douluo head out, Qian Xunji added. Chapter 63. You, a titled douluo, are questioning a god. Around the Elder Palace, at the residence of Gold Crocodile Douluo. Spirit Hall Venerable, 97th rank Green Phoenix Douluo, present. Spirit Hall Venerable, 96th rank Lion Douluo, present. Spirit Hall Elder, 95th rank Light Feather Douluo, present. Spirit Hall Elder, 95th rank Qianjin Douluo, present. Spirit Hall Elder, 94th rank Zhongmo Douluo, present. Spirit Hall Elder, 93rd rank Devil Bear Douluo, present. Spirit Hall Elder, 92nd rank Ghost Leopard Douluo, present. Spirit Hall Elder, 91st rank Platinum Bishop Saphis, present. Including Spirit Hall Venerable, 99th rank Gold Crocodile Douluo, and Qian Xunji, there were 10 people in total. Before everyone arrived, they had already learned from Gold Crocodile Douluo that Qian Xunji had returned, and they also knew that his hair and eye colors had changed. His temperament had changed as well. Your Supreme Pontiff, long time no see. The former person in charge of the Heaven Do Spirit Hall, Platinum Bishop Saphis, came specifically to Qian Xunji to salute and greet him. For him, if not for the 10,000-year top-grade spirit bone that Qian Xunji had given him over a decade ago, his spirit power would never have been able to break through to the 90th rank, let alone absorb a 60 to 70,000 year spirit ring, promote to the 91st rank, become a titled douluo, and enter the Elder Palace. He dared not forget the kindness of the Supreme Pontiff. Do not call me Supreme Pontiff, that title is not worthy of my current status. Qian Xunji said, his tone cold. He did not like others calling him Supreme Pontiff. He did not like this title, nor did he like this name full of religious connotations. Saphis looked bewildered as he sat down in his designated seat. The Supreme Pontiff, no, Lord Qian Xunji was just as he had been when they first met, his tone cold and distant. Gold Crocodile douluo, who had the highest seniority and whose strength had already reached the 99th rank, naturally presided over this top-level spirit hall meeting. The meeting begins. Today's agenda is how to resolve the reputation crisis caused by Holy Maiden Bibi Dong. If you have any opinions, speak one by one. Do not argue. Gold Crocodile douluo added at the end. He knew that when there were too many people at a meeting, it easily turned into a wet market. If that happened, the meeting would be as good as not having taken place. This matter was caused by Bibi Dong, so she should be the one responsible. Where is she? Hiding in the Supreme Pontiff Palace and not coming out? Does she plan to hide until no one talks about it anymore? Having done such a thing, she should have known the consequences. If she was afraid of being mocked or gossiped about, she shouldn't have done it in the first place. She brought a rose that had been ruined by nobles into Spirit City as if it were a treasure, and hid Yu Shaogang in a villa. She has no shame at all. Light Feather douluo pointed his spear directly at Bibi Dong, who was not present but was the culprit behind this incident. If not for the stupid things that stupid woman Bibi Dong had done, Spirit Hall would not have ended up like this, becoming a laughingstock to the world. Someone proposed stripping Bibi Dong of her position as Holy Maiden to make a clean break, so that when people mentioned Spirit Hall, they wouldn't immediately associate it with Holy Maiden Bibi Dong, who fell in love with a rose and snatched back a useless, sick chicken. Someone proposed killing Yu Shaogang to end it once and for all. Xunji, do you have anything you want to say? Seeing that Qian Xunji had not spoken and was toying with a small tower in his hand, Gold Crocodile douluo asked. The reputation of the Spirit Hall brand is ruined, so we can just change it. Anyway, the predecessor of Spirit Hall was called the Angel Church. It's not like it hasn't changed its name before. You don't think that resolving the issues with Yu Shaogang and Bibi Dong will be enough to restore Spirit Hall's reputation, do you? The matter regarding Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang will be talked about by the world for at least several decades. Of course, if you can come up with a bunch of even more explosive and eye-catching gossip, you could also lower the heat on this matter. After Qian Xunji finished speaking, he took a sip of coconut juice to moisten his throat. It was the same old saying. The reputation of Spirit Hall, a force under the angel god, was ruined, but what did that have to do with him, an Asura god? If anyone dared to say it to his face, did they want to taste the Asura blood sword, or did they want to face the Asura judgment? If they said it behind his back, he couldn't hear it, so he would just pretend it didn't happen. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Solving the problem. No, no, no. Shedding the cicada's shell to escape, changing one's identity, and directly abandoning the name of Spirit Hall could indeed solve it once and for all. But for those of them who were either over 100 years old or nearing 100, the meaning of the name Spirit Hall was too important. The love gossip between Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang had made Spirit Hall's reputation widespread, turning it into a laughingstock for people to discuss over tea and dinner. But it hadn't reached the point where they needed to shed their shell and change their identity. Gold Crocodile douluo was old and experienced, and he heard the subtext in Qian Xunji's words. The other party had even mentioned the Angel Church from 10,000 years ago. The Angel Church was the true force established by the Angel God. And Spirit Hall was merely a compromise made after the Angel Church had weakened, just to replenish fresh blood and change its name. But even so, the philosophy of the Angel God, to punish evil and promote good, to eliminate all fallen ones, and to awaken spirits for everyone, had been inherited by Spirit Hall. Xunji, what was your initial purpose for returning this time? Gold Crocodile douluo asked. To poach talent. I want to become independent and establish my own new force. You can understand it as me wanting to be a first-generation founder. Qian Xunji answered, his tone still flat, without any emotional fluctuations. This made people doubt his true thoughts, motives, and purpose. Why not be a proper supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, but instead insist on going out to start a business? This guy seemed to have only been holding the title in name only all along. After attending the Supreme Pontiff inauguration ceremony, he left Spirit City only a few days later, using the excuse of going out to look for a Supreme Pontiff wife, striving to marry and have children within 3 years. He had been out alone for over a decade, and upon his return, he was still single. Why do you think we will support you? Or rather, why do you think you can build a force well? Green Phoenix Douluo did not believe Qian Xunji because he didn't keep his word. If only Qian Xunji had done what he said back then and married and had children, this whole mess with Bibi Dong, even if it had really happened, would not have had such a huge impact now. Therefore, everyone in their hearts had some complaints about Qian Xunji. Facing Green Phoenix Douluo's questioning, Qian Xunji did not speak, he just steadily revealed his 9 spirit rings and 1 god ring. 7 orange, 1 gold, 1 platinum, and 1 blood gold rings circled his body, suppressing everyone present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A full 10 spirit rings. How is this possible? What kind of spirit ring color scheme is this? Is there such a thing as an orange spirit ring? And what level of spirit ring is gold? Everyone finally fixed their gazes tightly on the 10th ring, the blood gold spirit ring. Gold Crocodile Douluo took a deep breath, calmed his excited mood, and asked. Xunji, no, Lord God, what is your god title? Tang Hao of the Clear Sky sect was favored by the Sea God and had been taken to Sea God Island, perhaps he could inherit the Sea God position. This threat had been lingering in their minds, making them extremely worried and afraid. What kind of person Tang Chen was? That fool Qian Dalu might have had rose-colored glasses, but Gold Crocodile Douluo did not. Once Tang Hao successfully inherited the Sea God position and returned, Spirit Hall would absolutely be in danger. With the mindset of that bunch of unreasonable guys from the Clear Sky sect, it would definitely be, I want it all, taking the entire Douluo continent as the sect's private property. Any larger forces on the continent would definitely be completely wiped out. But Qian Xunji had returned as a god, and Tang Hao had not yet inherited the Sea God position, so the advantage was still with Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji had become a god. What was wrong with wanting to independently establish a force of his own? 2 gods in the Qian family, magnificent. I have inherited the god position of the Asura god, which is the 2nd generation of the Asura god, or the 2nd generation Asura god. Qian Xunji stated coldly. Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Dalu was processing a mountain of files. The Rakshasa god, who was parasitic in his spiritual sea of consciousness, sensed the aura of Asura divine force. Although this aura was well controlled and mortals could not peek into it, the Rakshasa god was the existence that understood the Asura god the best. Even if he was only a divine thought and his strength was far inferior to the main body. The aura of the Asura god. No, this aura is a bit wrong. The aura of the Asura god's divine force was Asura blood energy, the law of slaughter. But the aura of the Asura god's divine force that he felt this time, was this Asura battle intent, the law of battle. Chapter 64. Rakshasa God, Damned Angel God High Priest. Alone, guarding the office, waving the pen to sign and stamp. As the sun set, the evening glow rested upon my head. Something is wrong. Why has no one come to help me process these files today? Gold Crocodile Douluo hasn't come. Green Phoenix Douluo hasn't come. It's normal for Lion Douluo and Light Feather Douluo not to come. Qianjin and Zhongmo are most likely practicing their staff techniques, it's normal for them not to come either. Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, even if those 2 came, they wouldn't be able to process many files. But why hasn't even Platinum Bishop Saphis come? Qian Daoliu reached out and scratched his head, feeling very agitated. If this former Heaven Do Palace person in charge and Platinum Bishop didn't come to help process the files. This is a disaster. I can't finish them. One person simply cannot finish processing all these files. Qian Daoliu's eyes were dull as he looked at the mountain of files piled up on the desk in front of him, taller than his own life. His throat moved as he swallowed. Go quickly and invite the elder high priests. He issued an order to the palace guard knights waiting outside the door. Voice of the Jade Emperor from Journey to the West. Only the highest-ranking elder high priests and the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall were qualified to review these important files. This was the law of the ancestors. Soon, the palace guard knight returned. Reporting to the high priest, the various high priests and elders are gathered at the second high priest's residence to congratulate him on advancing to a limit douluo. The palace guard knight reported back to Qian Dalu the words gold crocodile douluo had used to brush him off. Qian Dalu was stunned upon hearing this. Gold crocodile douluo's spirit power has broken through to level 99. How come he didn't know about this? Also, you all gathered together and didn't even invite me. That's not kind, that's too unkind. It seems Gold Crocodile is still angry with me over the matter regarding Bibi Dong. Qian Dalu sighed and rose from his office chair. Gold Crocodile douluo not inviting him does not equal he couldn't force his way in. Qian Dalu, I want to see if Gold Crocodile douluo has truly broken through to the limit douluo realm. If it is true, then there will be someone who can spar with him. Since Tang Chen died, apart from one spar with High Priestess Bo Saishi, he had not battled a limit douluo in a long time. Inside the spiritual sea of consciousness, the Rakshasa god was hiding in a corner, shivering. Don't go over, don't go over. Don't head in the direction of the new Asura god. It was now completely broken and feeling powerless. It dared not leave Qian Dalu's body, let alone leave Spirit City and run far away. Qian Xunji, that workaholic, had only inherited the Asura god seat for a few years. Even with the immortal spiritual energy left behind by the old Asura god for cultivation. But to raise his cultivation to a level 1 god so quickly, even if it was just entering the level 1 god realm. This workaholic must never have rested properly, he cultivates every day without stopping for a moment. The Rakshasa god muttered, otherwise, it would be impossible for his cultivation speed to increase so quickly. It did not like workaholics who were also loners. This type of guy doesn't contact family, doesn't contact friends, has no partner. With no trivial matters to get tangled up in, he has heaps of time to dedicate to cultivation. Once obsessed with cultivation, it's easy to lose track of time. Close your eyes, open them, and you don't know how long has passed. It's usually measured in years. Gold Crocodile douluo's residence. Lord Asura god is as rich and generous as always. The smile on Platinum Bishop Saphas's face could not be contained. The shark fin soup, made from the dorsal fin of the 100,000-year demon soul great white shark King Xiao Bai. Tasted delicious and refreshing, and was rich in massive energy. Eating one spoonful was equivalent to a week's worth of accumulated bitter cultivation. Speaking of which, if we leave the high priest behind and eat all this delicious food here, will he blow up? Ghost Leopard douluo teased with a smile. What are you afraid of? Not to mention Lord Asura god, with so many of us here, why should we be afraid of him? Devil Bear douluo didn't care at all. Qian Dalu wasn't here, so there were fewer people to share the food, meaning everyone could have an extra portion. Why wouldn't they be happy about that? Speak of Qian Dalu, and Qian Dalu arrives. The sound of the door opening rang out, and Qian Dalu made his entrance. The originally lively and happy gathering instantly went cold. No one here welcomed Qian Dalu's arrival from the bottom of their hearts. Because of the matter regarding Bibi Dong, Spirit Hall had become the laughingstock of the world, and everyone was dissatisfied with Qian Dalu. Especially his behavior of protecting Bibi Dong inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace to spare her from the accusations of others. Everyone just glanced at Qian Dalu, then quickly lowered their heads and began to wolf down their food. Everyone used the fastest speed to shovel the shark fin soup from their bowls into their mouths and swallow it into their bellies. Not for any other reason, but for fear of having their food snatched. Delicacies made from the flesh and blood essence of a 100,000-year spirit beast were so precious and rare that they were truly a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. This was the second time Qian Xunji had shown his face and met Qian Dalu face to face. Qian Dalu saw the man beside Gold Crocodile douluo with silver hair and red eyes, but whose face was identical to his son's. He spoke with some uncertainty. Are you Jir? Hearing this, Qian Xunji, who had been expressionless, instantly put on a look of disgust. As said before, he hated the address, Jir. Seeing this, Qian Dalu was overjoyed. He's back, my son Qian Xunji has finally returned. Finally, he didn't have to keep doing the work of the Supreme Pontiff. The retired life of a high priest had finally returned. The leisurely times of praying, fishing, and playing chess every day were beckoning to him. And, finally, there was a suitable person to take the blame and take over Bibi Dong. "Jer, your father begs you for one thing, would you marry Donger?" Hearing this, Gold Crocodile Douluo showed a look of disgust on his face, his eyes full of disdain. He just didn't speak, looking quietly at Qian Dalu. He had seen plenty of people who screwed over their fathers, like Yu Shaogang, who even got his own titled Douluo father killed. But to screw over his son, and even take out his own woman, and demand his son marry her, this was the first time he had seen it. Qian Xunji was extremely disgusted and spat, "Bibi Dong. Even a dog wouldn't marry her. Using her as a heat weapon. I'd find it disgusting. Bibi Dong is a toxic asset raised by an old geezer, whoever takes over the mess is doomed." This guy Qian Dalu, both times they met, he used Bibi Dong to disgust him. Did he really think he had no temper? On the first day of transmigrating, he was just a tiny level 81 spirit douluo, unable to defeat Qian Dalu, this level 99 limit douluo. He could only use going out to find a suitable candidate for Supreme Pontiff's wife, striving to marry and have children within 3 years, as an excuse to quickly leave Spirit City. But today is not like the past. I am no longer that helpless transmigrator who just arrived. The current me is a being who has successfully inherited the Asura God seat and cultivated his power to the level 1 God realm. As long as there are no fellow transmigrators and no enemies from outside the heavens, I am an invincible existence, an undefeated legend. Spiritual telekinesis. Spin around, spin around, spin around, spin around. Under the control of Qian Xunji's spiritual telekinesis, Qian Dalu was forced to stand on his tiptoes and began to spin rapidly. The rotation was so fast that sparks were ground out where his toes met the floor. Furthermore, Qian Xunji thoughtfully sealed Qian Dalu's mouth shut to prevent the other party's screams from being too loud and disturbing him. Inside the spiritual sea of consciousness, the Rakshasa god felt its head was spinning. Qian Dalu was spinning at high speed, and the spiritual sea of consciousness was spinning along with him. It was forced to suffer, an innocent victim of disaster. "Damn it, you stupid and ignorant angel god high priest, you have caused this deity so much suffering. If this deity survives this disaster, I will definitely make you pay a painful price." This time, it wouldn't be subtle manipulation, making you have relations with Bibi Dong in a secret room, making you the chamber douluo, feeling that you had lost all face and suffering internally. It wanted to let you know what kind of pain a man cannot experience. Chapter 65 Rakshasa God. I feel like I am about to go offline. My head is spinning, I feel like throwing up, I can't take it anymore. The Rakshasa god, who could no longer endure being spun around in circles, was forced to flee from Qian Dalu's spiritual sea of consciousness. It would rather be struck directly by the Asura blood sword than be tortured until half dead only to be struck by the Asura blood sword afterward. It could distinguish the pros and cons between dying instantly and dying in agony. Furthermore, the one in front of it was not the Asura god, who had a terrible relationship with its true form. The second generation Asura god, although a workaholic and a loner, was still a ruthless killer. It hadn't seen the other party go around slaughtering the sea god's divine consciousness in the lower realm either. The Rakshasa god felt that there was a high probability of being given a swift end, and a small probability of being allowed to live. When the Rakshasa god emerged from Qian Dalu's body, the two stared at each other. Upon seeing the other party, Qian Xunji was dumbfounded. Why is the Rakshasa god's divine consciousness, which was left on the Douluo continent, inside Qian Dalu? He was very puzzled. He had found it strange earlier when he inherited the Asura god seat in Slaughter City and didn't see the Rakshasa god. Not to mention his little scheme of wanting to usurp the Rakshasa god position. The Rakshasa god position had great potential. As long as there was a sufficient population, it could generate massive amounts of evil thoughts, resentment, malice, and so on. It was not impossible for the god position level to break through to the god king level. He had always been curious about where the Rakshasa god had gone, since it wasn't staying properly in Slaughter City. He just hadn't expected that it would actually parasite inside Qian Dalu, the high priest of the angel god, and come to Spirit City, the headquarters of the angel god's forces. in the human world and the place of inheritance for the divinity. If he remembered correctly, in the douluo setting, the angel god and the Rakshasa god were hostile to each other. Did this count as infiltrating the enemy's ranks? Parasitizing the enemy boss? Was it planning to corrupt the enemy boss? Earlier, Qian Dalu was able to say such outrageous things, asking him to marry Bibi Dong and be a sucker. It could not be ruled out that this was a sequela caused by the other party being parasitized by the Rakshasa god and suffering from the erosion of the Rakshasa divine force. Hello, second-generation Asura god. The embarrassed Rakshasa god squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. The Rakshasa god had just emerged from Qian Dalu's body only to lock eyes with Qian Xunji. This was too awkward. Fortunately, the other party didn't immediately draw the Asura demon sword and use the Asura blood sword to slash at it. Hello, Ms. Rakshasa god. This counts as our first formal meeting, right? Qian Xunji restrained his emotions, his tone calm and polite. Qian Dalu, who was still spinning in circles, felt not only dizzy but also very strange. He wondered when a woman had started living inside his body, and why he hadn't known about it. And the Rakshasa god, had he heard this god's name somewhere before? The gazes of Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others focused on the Rakshasa god, this divinity who had walked out of Qian Dalu's body. Although it had no physical form and its body resembled a spirit phantom, a divinity was still a divinity. It could still jump around lively without a physical body. Open black lens bracket name. Rakshasa god divine consciousness close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket title. Douluo's number 1 troublemaker, number 1 instigator close black lens bracket. When Qian Xunji saw the appraisal text description popped up by the system, a strange glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the Rakshasa god. The system did not provide false information. Being evaluated by the system as Douluo's number 1 troublemaker and number 1 instigator meant this Rakshasa god was definitely not a benevolent entity. Qian Xunji took out a lie detector. He was full of interest in what the Rakshasa god had done to be evaluated by the system as the number 1 troublemaker and number 1 instigator. When his life was in danger, he would transform into a workaholic, either grinding you to death or dragging you down with him. A double loss was always better than someone else winning alone while he lost his life. But when there was no threat to his life, and he didn't want to go to the God Realm prison to be a prisoner, he could only guest star as a prankster. Life was boring, and there were no computers or mobile games, so he had to find some fun to pass the time. As for picking up douluo beauties and starting a harem, this was the romance continent. Only foolish native women, treating them like courtesans, spending money to indulge in physical pleasure and enjoy youth. He was afraid of being entangled by them. Ms. Rakshasa god, I am quite curious, what is your business in the angel god's place of inheritance? Qian Xunji's tone grew heavier, his face serious, his gaze locked tightly on the Rakshasa god's body. I hope you answer my question truthfully. He held the lie detector in his left hand and gripped the hilt of the Asura demon sword with his right. This, the Rakshasa god stammered, not daring to speak. With the things it had done, Qian Xunji could kill it 100 times over, and then torture it severely. If it didn't confess, it wouldn't be able to strive for lenient treatment. It's a long story. Make it short, Qian Xunji reminded it. He didn't like listening to nonsense, especially the kind of useless drivel that some leaders would spout on stage for an hour or two without any result. Back then, after you finished the 4th Asura trial and returned to Slaughter City to conduct the 5th Asura trial, I left Slaughter City and saw the angel god's high priest standing at the entrance. You know, a wild angel god high priest was like a pie falling from the sky for me, so fragrant, so fragrant. Then I followed him to Spirit City and saw Bibi Dong, the little girl who had the qualifications for the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong had the qualifications for the Rakshasa god. Upon hearing this, Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others all wore expressions that said, "You're joking, right?" Aside from good cultivation talent and good looks, Bibi Dong was just a piece of trash ingrate. Could she really obtain a divinity inheritance? Qian Xunji being able to inherit the Asura god seat was because he had the ability. Tang Hao being able to gain the sea god's favor was because he had dumb luck. On what grounds did Bibi Dong obtain the Rakshasa god's favor and receive such a high evaluation of having the qualifications for the Rakshasa god? Is it just because you are both female, and the goddess's god position can only be passed to a female? If one could become a god and ascend to the god realm to enjoy endless lifespan, there would be plenty of men on the douluo continent willing to do so, even if it meant becoming female. Qian Xunji saw the lie detector's green light turn on from the corner of his eye and knew that the Rakshasa god before him was not lying. After he completed the fourth Asura trial, he returned to Slaughter City. That wasn't when he had just killed that reckless fool Tang Chen and immediately rushed to Slaughter City to conduct the fifth Asura trial. Qian Xunji remembered that at the time, Qian Dalu had been chasing him from behind, all the way from the Hongyu mountain range or Guan hills of the Heaven Do Empire to the Slaughter City in the far west wasteland of the Star Luo Empire. Qian Xunji didn't remember too many details. After all, Qian Dalu didn't fly as fast as him, he had been left a great distance behind, and hadn't even fired many aerial spirit power beam shots. When he entered Slaughter City for the third time, the Rakshasa god left as soon as he entered. And then, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Qian Dalu. The angel god was dead, so Qian Dalu, the servant of the angel god, no longer had a master. A divinity high priest without a god as a master equals being a wild one. This was quite reasonable. Parasitizing Qian Dalu and following him back to Spirit City was also quite reasonable. Seeing Bibi Dong was also very reasonable. After all, the Bibi Dong of this world was Qian Dalu's disciple. It couldn't be more reasonable for the Rakshasa god to see Bibi Dong. But the Rakshasa god saying that Bibi Dong had the qualifications to become a god was where the problem lay. How old was Bibi Dong at the time, 8 or 9? The specific age didn't matter. The Rakshasa god said a little girl had the qualifications to become the Rakshasa god. If the lie detector hadn't detected that the Rakshasa god was not lying, Qian Xunji would never have believed that a little girl who had not experienced the harsh beatings of society possessed the qualifications to achieve the Rakshasa god position. At that innocent age, she had not yet experienced the separation of life and death from her lover, had not been imprisoned in a secret chamber and forced to give birth to a child, nor had she entered Slaughter City to train and obtain the Slaughter God domain. A little girl who was like a blank sheet of paper, not yet corrupted, whose heart would not constantly generate resentment, hatred, and killing intent. How could she possibly attract the Rakshasa god's attention? Just based on the two top-tier evil spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, and innate full spirit power, such talent at most would only let a divinity give an evaluation of decent talent. Having the qualifications to achieve the Rakshasa god position, this evaluation was not ordinary. It could be said that she was the predetermined next Rakshasa god. As long as she didn't fall midway, there was a high probability she could inherit the Rakshasa god position. Wait, I could transmigrate into Qian Xunji. Could there also be a situation where a French-style Su Meng transmigrated into Bibi Dong? Chapter 66. Is the Rakshasa god an ally? Qian Dalu pampered Bibi Dong, and I simply manipulated things from the shadows, adding a super multiplier. Boundless pampering, indulgence, granting every request. As the Rakshasa god finished speaking, its gaze secretly gauged the changes in Qian Xunji's expression. Seeing that he still maintained that emotionless, seemingly detached demeanor, it breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Qian Xunji is Qian Dalu's son, raised in austerity since childhood. Yet Bibi Dong was merely a female disciple, yet she was raised in luxury. Honestly, most people would find such differential treatment unacceptable. But for some reason, Qian Xunji did not seem to care about such matters. It is highly likely that during the Asura god trial, his personal emotions were influenced by the laws of slaughter. So, Bibi Dong going astray was because you, the Rakshasa god, were pulling strings in the shadows. Light Feather Douluo was incensed. Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others also wore expressions of anger, glaring at the Rakshasa god. They wished they could give this evil god a sound thrashing. If not for the Rakshasa god's covert meddling, how could Bibi Dong have gone astray and committed those unbelievable acts, causing Spirit Hall to become infamous and a laughingstock for the world? Continue, Qian Xunji said, then ceased mentioning the matter. To him, Qian Dalu pampering Bibi Dong, combined with the Rakshasa god's covert manipulation, was a super multiplier. The love story between Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang was not much different from the original, making it an interesting. Much like how most men do not enjoy watching Titanic, Qian Xunji had no interest in such inexplicable love stories. The only way Bibi Dong was better than Rose was that she died early and did not live to see a natural death. As for the great spirit master melee that broke out on Douluo continent, Qian Dalu originally wanted to intervene, but I was the one who prevented him from stopping the six great sects' coalition's crusade against the Clear Sky sect, the Rakshasa god said. Qian Xunji was amused upon hearing this. Damn, this is an ally, he thought to himself. He had always found it strange. Clearly he had done nothing, so why had the Clear Sky sect ended up in such a miserable state after just the death of Tang Chen? The sect's headquarters had relocated from the bustling center of the continent to the seaside on the western side of the Ziling mountain range. The sect was established by the sea, primarily to leverage the power of Sea God Island and Sea Spirit Masters to deter other sects. The majestic Clear Sky sect, the preeminent battle spirit Hammer, the #1 Clear Sky sect under heaven, the #1 tool spirit. They were faring even worse than during the period when they retreated from the world and sealed the mountain in the original story. Qian Xunji lifted his gaze, peering into the distance. Good grief, they were almost regressing from a feudal society back to a primitive tribe. Their lives were exactly the same as Tang Hao's in Saint Spirit Village. Qian Daoliu, who was spinning in circles, felt deep sorrow. No wonder he hadn't intervened when his good friend Tang Chen's sect met with disaster. It turned out the Rakshasa god had been meddling behind the scenes all along. Damn the Rakshasa evil god. Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others secretly gave the Rakshasa god a mental thumbs up. Although the Rakshasa god bore some responsibility for Bibi Dong going astray, it had directly sabotaged the Clear Sky sect so thoroughly. This was simply marvelous. After all, without the Rakshasa god's covert manipulation, the current Clear Sky sect would likely still be that #1 sect under heaven with aspirations higher than the sky. After all, when the coalition of the six great sects had besieged the Clear Sky sect, that fellow Qian Daoliu definitely would have stepped in to mediate. The war between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire a few years ago was also instigated by me in the shadows, to harvest the various resentments, evil thoughts, hatred, and killing intent generated during the conflict. Even without the Rakshasa god's covert incitement, these two nations would have gone to war anyway. As one of the two great killing gods of the god realm, it would be strange if the Rakshasa god did not do such things. The matter involving 7 treasure glazed tile school sect master Ning Fengji and Supreme Elder Protector Douluo Yu Rong was facilitated by me. As soon as the Rakshasa god said this, Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others immediately became vigilant, placing their hands behind their backs to form defensive shields, and retreated several steps. This Rakshasa evil god was simply too terrifying. That shocking public display had actually been its doing. It was truly terrifying and horrifying. What happened? Qian Xunji asked, very puzzled by the unusual actions of Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others. Gold Crocodile Douluo used secret sound transmission to recount the events of that night to Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji's expression remained unchanged. It was just a case of gay on gay, a Chengdu bearded fellow. A North American naval vessel, a pair of British gentlemen. Simply meeting the challenge head on. Sea god Poseidon had already reached the realm where anything was possible. If they hadn't even reached that level, they were dreaming if they thought they could shock him. Ning Fengji and Yu Rong, he wondered, where did Sword Douluo Chen Xin fit into this? Was he joining in, or being forced to join? After all, in the original Douluo story, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were the real pair. Ning Fengji, that profiteer, banker, sect master, and chaotic troublemaker, the clown got screwed. Are you sure these things the Rakshasa god did weren't the actions of an ally? Qian Xunji thought to himself. Spirit Hall hadn't suffered any losses. Bibi Dong's mess was another matter. The Clear Sky sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the two hostile forces to Spirit Hall in the original story, had both suffered massive losses. It would be unreasonable not to award it a Best Support medal. The Clear Sky Tang clan members being treated as blood food for bats and suffering painful torture every day was also my doing. Spirit Hall's workload skyrocketing was also something I manipulated from the shadows. Upon hearing that the Rakshasa god was the culprit behind Spirit Hall's skyrocketing workload, everyone became enraged. Qian Daoliu and the enshrined elders could no longer contain themselves. Pairs of bloodshot eyes glared fixedly at the Rakshasa god. So this was the culprit responsible for them working 24/7, having no vacation time, and never finishing their paperwork. If looks could kill a god, the Rakshasa god would have already been killed by them, 100 times over. Everyone. Damn you, Rakshasa evil god, you've made our lives miserable. Facing the god-slaying gazes of a group of mortals, the Rakshasa god was not afraid in the slightest. It could easily handle such mere ants. The only existence present that it feared was Qian Xunji alone. Qian Dalu was furious and knocked Bibi Dong unconscious, bringing her back to the Supreme Pontiff Palace. I took advantage of the situation to manipulate things, directly staging a chamber douluo drama. Qian Xunji, who had originally been finding the conversation increasingly uninteresting, widened his eyes upon hearing this explosive piece of information. So this is the truth behind Qian Dalu becoming chamber douluo, he thought to himself. As expected, the titles of douluo's #1 troublemaker and #1 shitstirrer were not so simple. The chamber douluo of this world was a divine creation. The original plot was written by a female scribe hired by Grandpa Wei. Otherwise, how could that plot have been so insane? Qian Xunji manipulated Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong into falling for Yu Shaogang. This was as bizarre as a feminist marrying an Indian man and having her family assets drained. Was Bibi Dong falling in love with Yu Shaogang something you manipulated from the shadows? Qian Xunji asked. The Rakshasa god tilted its head. Rakshasa does not know. I am also quite curious about that matter. Bibi Dong must have been so blind and foolish to fall in love at first sight with such a disgusting, base wretch like Yu Shaogang, to love him so deeply, and even be willing to make the whole world her enemy for his sake. Even if the love god were resurrected, they might not be able to manipulate someone to such an extent. Seeing the green light turn on, confirming that the Rakshasa god was not lying, Qian Xunji felt increasingly that the Bibi Dong of this world was deeply problematic. He summoned a cup of fresh squeezed orange juice from Mishui Bingcheng and pushed it in front of the Rakshasa god. After talking for so long, it was bound to be thirsty. At the same time, Qian Xunji was curious whether a divine projection could eat and drink. It tastes good. After finishing it, the Rakshasa god spoke. If you want to kill me, hurry up and do it. If you wait too long, I'm afraid the happiness in my mouth will vanish. Why would I want to kill you? Qian Xunji asked, very puzzled by the Rakshasa god's appearance of being ready to die heroically. What does the feud between the first-generation Asura god and the first-generation Rakshasa god have to do with me, the second-generation Asura god? Chapter 67. Bibi Dong. Qian Xunji, how dare you disdain me? Rakshasa god was very surprised. It had thought of everything, but it had never imagined that Qian Xunji would do nothing to it. No punishment, no slaughter, and even a cup of fresh orange juice to drink. When had Rakshasa god ever received such preferential treatment? It subconsciously wondered if it was sleeping and having a sweet dream. 1 second later, it recovered from its daze. Qian Xunji's recent remark, what do the grievances between the first-generation Asura god and the first-generation Rakshasa god have to do with me, the second-generation Asura god, quite suspiciously sounded like drawing a line between himself and the old Asura god. But it was more about the difference in attitude toward Rakshasa god. It became interested in Qian Xunji, but not out of romantic love. It believed that Qian Xunji would not make its future life feel boring. What is your current relationship with Qian Dalu? Rakshasa god asked. It was very petty and had said it would make Qian Dalu experience pain that no man could experience. Now, as long as Qian Xunji was unwilling to manage Qian Dalu, it would take action. Rakshasa god. Anyone who offends Rakshasa, as long as it can be avenged, Rakshasa will definitely take revenge. I am the Asura god, Qian Xunji replied, his tone firm. He had only met Qian Dalu a few times in total, and his impression was bad every single time. The first time they met, the other party wanted him to take Bibi Dong as a disciple. This was simply trying to harm him. Not long ago, as soon as they met, the other party wanted him to marry Bibi Dong, making him take over the old guy's bad assets. Such stupid trash must be distanced from. Just being associated with it felt disgusting and unlucky. Hearing this, Rakshasa god's eyes lit up, feeling that it could take revenge. Qian Dalu is the high priest of the angel god. He needs to fulfill the duties of the high priest, Qian Xunji. Continued. Isn't the angel god long dead? Rakshasa god spoke bluntly. It thought that since the angel god was dead, there were no duties of a high priest for Qian Dalu to fulfill. The angel god died long ago. Qian Dalu could not believe it. This sentence was spoken by a divinity, so the reliability was absolutely sufficient. Qian Dalu's heart turned to ash. If possible, he would rather not know this truth. Reality was too cruel. It turned out that divinities could also die. His son Qian Xunji's extremely cold attitude toward him also made Qian Dalu completely despair. A short sentence, I am the Asura god, without even mentioning his own name. Qian Dalu clearly knew that this son had grievances against him and did not recognize him at all. He was filled with regret in his heart and believed that he should not have said, "You are the person with the worst talent in the history of the Qian family." If he hadn't soured his relationship with his son, he wouldn't have ended up in a situation where the other party didn't recognize him and wasn't even willing to speak a word to him. As soon as he arrived, he treated him like a spinning top, making him spin in circles. He could have been the father of a god, but he had turned himself into a stranger. The angel Qian family needs a newborn. The angel god position has been vacant for a long time. It is necessary for a new generation of angel god to be born as soon as possible. Qian Xunji glanced at Rakshasa god, issuing a warning with cold eyes, signaling that this matter was important to him and that it should not cause trouble. This Rakshasa god was quite good at causing trouble. Although they were both villainous characters, what the other party did was also friendly behavior, and the results were quite fruitful. But Qian Xunji did not think it was on his side and would not cause a big incident regarding the inheritance of the angel god position. Bibi Dong is pregnant, and the child is Qian Dalu's. Rakshasa god spoke bluntly, revealing special intelligence. Upon hearing this, Qian Xunji thought to himself, Qian Runshui. Thinking of that stupid and arrogant native douluo female, Qian Runshui, Qian Xunji subconsciously showed an expression of disdain. The three idiots of Spirit Hall were all women. One of them was Qian Runshui, a fool who didn't practice well but ran to the Heaven Do Empire to go undercover as the crown prince. She looked cute, but she had no brains. However, the Qian Runshui of this world had no direct father-daughter relationship with him. The child born from the union of this Qian Dalu and Bibi Dong might not be called Qian Runshui. It was possible she would be called Qian Zunzu or Qian Zundong. Qian Xunji tore through space and stepped out. He arrived in the secret room of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Only face to face would the system pop up an appraisal. Open black lens bracket name, Bibi Dong close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket special status, reincarnated Rakshasa god Bibi Dong close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical status, pregnant close black lens bracket. Qian Xunji arrived expressionlessly, and after seeing the appraisal text popped up by the system, his expression became extremely disdainful and extremely disgusted. He muttered in his heart, so it's a reincarnator, doing those things is not surprising. After obtaining the desired intelligence, Qian Xunji left quickly, not even sparing a glance for Bibi Dong, this stupid ingrate, love-brained, old guy pampered bad asset. Being in the same room with such a disgusting person was truly disgusting to the extreme. As for killing Bibi Dong, not to mention killing the other party, the splattered blood would dirty his hands. Killing Bibi Dong just like that was simply doing charity. Before this disgusting thing's physical body died, it had to be properly dealt with, letting her feel what it meant to be pain, too much pain. On the other side, the magic lamp lit up the secret room. Bibi Dong sensed someone arriving, turned her head to look, and saw a handsome man with silver hair and red eyes. That familiar face made her freeze. The extremely disdainful expression on his face reminded her of that bastard who left for more than a decade without even leaving a message. Qian Xunji came and went, staying for only a few seconds, without saying a word to Bibi Dong, nor giving her a proper glance. When Bibi Dong reacted and remembered who this person was, she was directly enraged. Her eyes turned red, and she panted like an ox. Qian thief, evil thief, traitorous thief. Qian Xunji, you scum, you degenerate, you animal, how could you, how dare you disdain me, Bibi Dong. Ah, Bibi Dong could not accept that in this world after her rebirth, Qian Xunji's peripheral vision looking at her was full of disdain. And the other party was not even willing to speak a word to her. Qian Xunji, this piece of trash who was hammered into bed by Tang Hao, by what right did he look down on her and disdain her? Clearly, she only wanted love. Why, whether in the previous life or this life, did these naturally evil men of the angel Qian family want to stop her from running toward her beloved Xiaogang? Qian Xunji, you bastard, piece of trash, scum, disgusting rapist, you dare to disdain me today. When I inherit the Rakshasa god position in the future, I will definitely let you know the power of me, Bibi Dong. Qian Xunji did not care at all about Bibi Dong breaking down and cursing him behind his back. It was just the rage of an incompetent person. Qian Xunji didn't care, but Rakshasa god did. Although Bibi Dong was an excellent candidate for the Rakshasa successor, whether to give the god trials, what the content of the god trials was, and whether the god trials were fully transparent, were all up to it to decide. How dare you curse the benevolent and generous second-generation Asura god, Lord Qian Xunji? Rakshasa god was furious. It was going to punish Bibi Dong. After Qian Xunji selected the personnel and left Spirit City, Rakshasa god began to act. It controlled Qian Dalu and came to the secret room. It knocked the two of them unconscious and placed them on a bed. Rakshasa god began a precise surgery. It transferred the fetus in Bibi Dong's womb into Qian Dalu's body. Rakshasa god. As the Rakshasa god, bullying the high priest of the angel god is reasonable and justifiable. Making the high priest of the angel god pregnant, this was to make him experience the pain that men could not originally experience. This was Rakshasa god's evil method of taking revenge on Qian Dalu. As for Bibi Dong, Rakshasa god cast a dream illusion. It wanted Bibi Dong to see in the illusion the scene of Yu Xiaogang having fun with the nobles in Brother Scar's happy house. Chapter 68. High Priestess Bo Saishi, Qian Xunji, you scoundrel. Sea God Island, Sea God Temple. Facing this uninvited guest, High Priestess Bo Saishi wore a look of fury, her face full of anger. Over these years, she had long since understood the principle that trouble comes from the mouth. Whenever she saw Qian Xunji, as long as she obediently kept her mouth shut, she would not get beaten. Moreover, after not seeing him for several years, Qian Xunji was no longer the same person he once was. Although he had restrained the aura on his body, as the High Priestess of the Sea God, High Priestess Bo Saishi possessed the Sea God's divine force within her and could clearly feel the difference in Qian Xunji. That is not power that a mortal should possess, it is a powerful aura that only a divinity who has truly entered the God realm's domain would have. High Priestess Bo Saishi was shocked. She was astonished that in just over 10 years, Qian Xunji had reached the God realm's domain, which she could never hope to reach in this lifetime. In her heart, she felt both envy and inferiority, as well as a longing to become a god. If her talent were a little higher, perhaps she could have received the favor of Lord Poseidon and obtained the opportunity for the sea god's divine trials. But unfortunately, once a high priestess of the sea god, always a high priestess of the sea god. High priestess of the sea god, why are you not speaking? The matter I asked you to handle, whether you are willing to do it or not, answer me. Upon hearing Qian Xunji's urging words, High Priestess Bo Saixi's originally fair cheeks instantly flushed bright red. This scoundrel actually wants me to have a child for him. How can someone be so blunt the moment they meet? Having a child isn't impossible, but things shouldn't be so rushed, it must be taken slowly. High Priestess Bo Saishi complained incessantly in her heart, her mind wandering wild. She was a slow-to-warm-up girl. You want me to have a child for you? Impossible. She played hard to get, acting very tough. Qian Xunji nodded slightly, indicating he understood. But the next second, he struck suddenly, using the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord's ability to control others. He took control of High Priestess Bo Saixi's body and mobilized the sea god's divine force within her. What are you doing? High Priestess Bo Saishi was terrified. She lost control of her body and was being manipulated by Qian Xunji. She knew she could not resist Qian Xunji, and she also knew what fate awaited her. I don't want to lose the virginity I've kept for 100 years in this way, against my will. She wept in her heart. The next second, a dramatic scene unfolded. Ninth soul skill, summon sea god. Outside on Sea God Island. Everyone on the island felt the sea god's light descend from the sky. They looked up one after another and saw a giant phantom of the sea god descending upon the sea god temple. Everyone knelt in prayer, chanting, "Respectfully welcome Lord Sea God, descending to the human world." In the tidal body tempering area. The members of the Clear Sky Tang clan were all cultivating here, tempering their bodies and increasing their cultivation strength. Suddenly, everyone felt a powerful and irresistible pressure descend. They all looked up toward the place where the pressure was thickest. This was the second time the members of the Clear Sky Tang clan had seen the giant phantom of the sea god. The last time they saw it was several years ago, before they arrived at Sea God Island, a scene they encountered on the open sea. But upon recalling the scene of that day, the members of the Clear Sky Tang clan were so angry that thick white mist puffed out from their nostrils. Big brother, why do you think Senior High Priestess Bo Saishi summoned Lord Sea God to the lower realm? Tang Hao looked up at the Sea God temple, his eyes revealing 3 parts worship for the Sea God, 3 parts longing to become a god, and 3 parts admiration for High Priestess Bo Saishi who lived in the Sea God temple. In this life, Tang Hao only liked mature, steady, and noble beautiful women. Brother Hao, how would your big brother know about Senior High Priestess Bo Saixi's affairs? Tang Xiao sighed and said faintly. Like Tang Hao, Tang Xiao had also developed feelings of admiration for High Priestess Bo Saishi. Just like in the original work, the 2 brothers had fallen in love with the same woman who was much older than them. But unlike their pursuit of Yin in the original work, their strength was still too weak now. Facing the level 99 limit douluo High Priestess Bo Saishi, they could not help but feel inferior. Even Tang Hao, who was usually the boldest, did not dare to confess his love to High Priestess Bo Saishi. The thing they did most often on a daily basis was to bring up qian xunji and get kicked and beaten by High Priestess Bo Saishi. At this moment, High Priestess Bo Saixi's eyes were dull, and she felt empty inside. She had thought that once qian xunji controlled her body, he would do this and that and this to her. One more time, and then one more time. The pink bunny girl turned into a black stocking bunny girl, and her belly grew bigger day by day. Who would have thought, this dog of a thing was still as inhumane as ever? No, he wasn't acting like a god. He actually controlled her body to use the 9th soul skill to summon Lord Sea God Poseidon to the human world. High Priestess Bo Saishi. There is a phrase, FCKU, I don't know if I should say it or not. Long time no see, Your Excellency Sea God. Qian Xunji was as polite and courteous as ever. Long time no see, Qian Xunji, now I should address you as Your Excellency Asura God. The sea god Poseidon's divine consciousness also spoke politely. He did not understand why Qian Xunji, this Asura god, wanted to control his high priestess to trigger a god-level spirit ability and summon him to the lower realm. Whatever. The matter was, after ascending to the god realm and handing over the position of law enforcement god, there would be plenty of time to talk. A trade, let's talk. Qian Xunji said. The 2 divinities began to haggle in front of High Priestess Bo Saishi, the person involved. In their words, they treated her as a tool for creating a successor for a divinity. The child is born by my High Priestess. If the talent is outstanding, they should have priority to inherit the sea god position. When it came to his retirement plans, the sea god Poseidon would not back down an inch. Sea god, you know that an angel god with the ability to judge is too important to me. It was impossible for Qian Xunji to agree to the sea god Poseidon's demand that the offspring must have priority to inherit the sea god position. He provided the genetic material of the males of the angel Qian clan. Qian Dalu's genetic material had been flung out while spinning and was recovered and reused by Qian Xunji. He prepared to use it on High Priestess Bo Saishi, the highest quality biological mother during the douluo era, just to produce the highest quality child. The combination of 2 level 99 limit douluo, both of whom were high priestesses of a divinity with divine force in their bodies, would surely produce a child with extraordinary talent. Only the IQ could not be guaranteed. Such a genius, who might possess twin spirits bestowed by the gods, would definitely be able to inherit the angel god position. Of course, if they only possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul, that would also be excellent. An angel god with the ability to judge would be the best thug in his law enforcement team and the most diligent little bee worker after he ascended to the god realm. Whether he could successfully become a hands-off boss would depend entirely on the new angel god. Whichever spirit the child inherits, they shall inherit that god position. If it is twin spirits, it depends on the child's wishes. Qian Xunji retreated to advance. This proposal is fair, I accept. The sea god Poseidon nodded in agreement. Only High Priestess Bo Saishi dared not be angry, nor dared she speak. Where is the High Priestess of the Sea God, High Priestess Bo Saishi? The Sea God Poseidon used the formal procedure. The High Priestess of the Sea God, High Priestess Bo Saishi, is here. High Priestess Bo Saishi knelt on both knees, closed her eyes and lowered her head, hands in prayer, being extremely respectful. In the name of the Sea God Poseidon, I command you, cooperate fully with the Asura god Qian Xunji, conceive often and give birth often, for many children bring much happiness. After the divine oracle was issued, the sea god Poseidon slipped away directly. To think that in the hearts of his believers, he, the sea god Poseidon, was such an upright divinity. Who would have thought that one day, he would personally issue such a shameless divine oracle in front of his own high priestess? Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough to say it. It was just that Qian Xunji, this second-generation Asura god, really didn't act like a god, actually recording it on the side. Too much. It was simply too much. I shall strictly obey the divine oracle. High Priestess Bo Saixi's face was filled with despair. After speaking, she felt all the strength drained from her body, and she collapsed onto the cold ground. As a servant of the gods, she could not refuse, could not resist, and could only be forced to comply. Chapter 69 Tang Hao, Thief Qian, Evil Thief, Treacherous Thief. The sun was setting, and dinner time was approaching. As usual, the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao finished their cultivation and came to the Sea God Temple to invite High Priestess Bo Saishi to have dinner together. Every day when Sea Dragon Douluo saw this scene, he would be so angry that his teeth itched, but due to his status, he could only dare to be angry but not speak, and certainly dared not take action. Sea Dragon Douluo was just like an incompetent simp, only able to watch helplessly as other men approached his beloved goddess. Stepping on the sunset glow, the brothers arrived at the Sea God Temple. As soon as they pushed open the doors, they saw High Priestess Bo Saishi, illuminated by the sunset glow, slumped on the cold floor, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Upon seeing High Priestess Bo Saishi sad and upset, Tang Hao's love-struck brain immediately took over, and his heart ached for her. He wished he could hold her in his arms to comfort her and say, "Shishi, don't cry. With me here, no one can bully you." Compared to the more emotional Tang Hao, the mature and steady Tang Xiao, although also feeling heartache for High Priestess Bo Saishi, quickly regained his composure and cast his gaze toward another figure in the Great Hall. He saw Qian Xunji looking down from above, expressionless, his eyes cold and filled with a hint of disdain, slightly lowering his head to look down at High Priestess Bo Saishi. Why did Qian Xunji come here? Tang Xiao was shocked. The last time he saw Qian Xunji was many years ago. At that time, his entrance, like a flash of thunder with electricity crackling all over his body, was undeniably dashing. Compared to his handsomeness, his strength was even more astonishing, like a divinity walking in the human world. His appearance when facing the incomparably powerful sea god, neither humble nor arrogant, speaking as an equal, was something that people still found unforgettable to this day. No, why can't I feel the aura on Qian Xunji? What is going on with this state, as if he hasn't awakened any innate spirit power, just like a commoner? Could it be that Qian Xunji has become so powerful that I can't even perceive the spirit power within his body? 3 questions followed one after another in Tang Xiao's mind. He realized that after not seeing him for several years, Qian Xunji had become even stronger than before. Although he was also much stronger than before, the gap between the two had instead widened. On the other side, Tang Hao, with his love-struck brain taking over, saw Qian Xunji's figure and instantly entered a state where his eyes turned red and he was panting like an ox, immediately raising his hand to summon his clear sky hammer spirit, gripping it tightly with both hands. Beneath his feet, 7 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appeared. Clear sky ultimate technique, Great Sumeru hammer ring explosion, all 7 rings exploded. With a running leap, he held the clear sky hammer high above his head. He wanted to hammer Qian Xunji to death with one blow. He, Tang Hao, would not let anyone who harmed Shishi off the hook. Even if it meant risking serious injury or suffering lingering ailments, he wanted to hammer the head of this bastard Qian Xunji to a pulp right now. To actually dare to make his beloved Shishi cry, 10,000 deaths could not atone for his crime. Even if Qian Xunji was some bullshit, Asura's successor, he, Tang Hao, would still hammer him. Facing Tang Hao's full force blow, Qian Xunji stood still in place like an alien emperor, neither raising his hand nor even lifting an eyelid. With just a single thought, he mobilized his God Origin Realm mental force, which was at the level of a Tier 1 god, and used psychokinesis to easily control Tang Hao. Then, he slammed him down heavily from midair, causing the marble floor to crack. Ah! Tang Hao let out a miserable scream, vomiting blood from his mouth. Tang Hao was beaten into a daze, his face full of confusion, filled with disbelief. He never expected that after years of hard cultivation, regardless of his spirit power level or strength improving by leaps and bounds, and even mastering the Clear Sky Ultimate technique, the Great Sumeru Hammer Ring Explosion, his full force blow couldn't even make Qian Xunji move an inch. He was defeated in one blow just by the use of mental force. Having seen this god, you do not pay respects, yet you dare to attack. How many times do you want to die? Qian Xunji unleashed the wrath of God. The sky outside was immediately shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning flashing, thunder rumbling, and a fierce wind blowing. His cold voice was like the wrath of God, making mortals palpitate with fear, making mortals afraid, and making mortals dare not resist. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao immediately recovered from his extreme terror, performed a running slide kneel, knelt on both knees before Qian Xunji, clasped his hands in prayer, and pleaded. "Uncle Qian," he said. Uncle Qian, attempting to draw closer to him. Brother Hao just saw his beloved in a state of being bullied, his emotions were too excited, he was a bit impulsive, and did something irrational. I implore you to spare him this time. The reason Tang Xiao lowered his posture so much and even used the title, Uncle Qian, was this. Qian Xunji's phrase, having seen this god, finally solved the doubt that had been troubling him and for which he had never received an answer. What an Asura successor was. Qian Xunji calling himself a god, as well as the voice he had just used, sounding like thunder, with an irresistible pressure, was exactly like Lord Sea God Poseidon. This was the power of the domain of God. Qian Xunji, this Asura successor, had successfully inherited the Asura god seat. Although Tang Xiao did not know which was stronger, the Asura god or the sea god. The fact that Qian Xunji could successfully inherit the Asura god seat was already astonishing enough. Hiss, it was truly terrifying and extremely dangerous. Big nephew, Qian Xunji spoke, the address remained the same. Since you have asked your uncle, I will give you some face, but only this once. Qian Xunji paused his words, pondering some fun. Tang Hao had fallen for High Priestess Bo Saishi, this was something he hadn't expected. Whether in the original work or this world, Tang Hao had always fallen for mature, beautiful, noble, and elegant older women who were much older than him. When Tang Xiao arrived, seeing that pained and angry little expression when High Priestess Bo Saishi was crying, as well as the look of admiration in his eyes, all of this could not escape his mental force perception. The two brothers both fell in love with a mature, beautiful, noble, and elegant older woman who was much older than themselves. It could only be said that they were worthy of being brothers, with the same taste. Now, the only one missing was Tang Chen, who fell in love with High Priestess Bo Saishi in the original work. If Tang Chen were still here, the 3 generations of grandfather and grandsons would all fall in love with the same woman at the same time. It could truly be said that someone who didn't know would think they had fallen for some female celebrity. It was a pity that in this world, Tang Chen and High Priestess Bo Saishi had not met or fallen in love. This resulted in a good show of a grandfather beating up his rebellious grandson failing to make it to the douluo big stage. Douluo big stage, if you have love, come on over. Qian Xunji glanced at Tang Hao, seeing that his clothes were still relatively clean and tidy, without a trace of that slovenly king appearance from his debut in the original work. He thought of an idea. Death penalty can be avoided, but living punishment is inescapable. I punish you to clean all the latrines on Sea God Island as a penalty. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, his second brother's life had been saved. As for cleaning the latrines on Sea God Island, it was nothing much, just that it was easy to get covered in the smell and become stinky. He would just have to sacrifice his second brother when the time came and see High Priestess Bo Saixi's look of disdain once more. Tang Xiao, High Priestess Bo Saixi's look of disdain is simply wonderful. Thief Qian, evil thief, treacherous thief. Tang Hao was furious in his heart, cursing 3 times. First, he bullied Shishi until she cried, and now he wanted to humiliate him by making him clean latrines. Ah, don't think that because you successfully inherited the Asura god seed and became a god first, I, Tang Hao, will be afraid of you. When I successfully inherit the sea god position, I will let you know how powerful I am. Qian Xunji, you old baby, just you wait for me. 30 years east of the sea, 30 years west of the sea, don't bully your brother Hao for his young age and low cultivation. Tang Hao had only seen Qian Xunji twice, yet he had been humiliated both times. And both times it was in front of his beloved woman, High Priestess Bo Saishi, that he hit him, humiliated him, and trampled his face underfoot. Making High Priestess Bo Saishi, his beloved Shishi, look at him with beautiful eyes full of disdain. And it was precisely because of Qian Xunji that he suffered kicks filled with love from High Priestess Bo Saishi. Chapter 70. Painting a rosy picture for High Priestess Bo Saishi. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Let's begin. Qian Xunji looked down from above, gazing at High Priestess Bo Saixi's snowy mountain valley, his hands moving as he spoke. He put on medical gloves, avoiding direct skin-to-skin contact. He suffered from severe intolerance of stupidity. Having direct skin contact with a foolish native female douluo would cause him physical discomfort. That would make him uncomfortable and put him in a bad mood. He adjusted his gloves, strode forward with a steady, calculated gait, and walked toward High Priestess Bo Saishi. High Priestess Bo Saishi used her hips as a pivot to shuffle backward, her expression filled with terror. Her voice was exceptionally weak as she spoke. Don't. At least not now, there are others here. As soon as she opened her mouth, she said something easily misunderstood by others. It was one thing to be bullied by that bastard Qian Xunji. After all, he was a divinity, Lord Sea God Poseidon might have permitted it, so being bullied by him, a servant of the sea god, was acceptable. But why were those 2 weak, stinking men, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, still on the scene, watching her being bullied by Qian Xunji and witnessing such an embarrassing spectacle? If these 2 brothers had big mouths and went around gossiping on Sea God Island, then she would become fodder for the Sea God believers' gossip after tea. High Priestess Bo Saishi was furious. I am the dignified High Priestess of the Sea God, a 99th rank limit douluo. Do I not have any dignity? Nearby, Tang Xiao had just scooped Tang Hao up in a princess carry when he heard High Priestess Bo Saixi's ambiguous words. Mature and steady as he was, he could not control his emotions, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and he began to breathe heavily like an ox. That bastard Qian Xunji, relying on his status as a divinity and his immense power, was acting recklessly. He was even imitating the heaven. Do nobility, indulging in pleasure in public. Doing that kind of thing to the naturally beautiful, stunningly figured, fair-skinned, and long-legged senior High Priestess Bo Saishi. He was simply a beast. Though he thought this, Tang Xiao's bloodshot eyes remained fixed firmly on High Priestess Bo Saixi's body. Senior High Priestess Bo Saishi, as delicate as a young maiden, is truly marvelous, he thought to himself. Tang Hao, in Tang Xiao's arms, also had bloodshot eyes, staring intensely at High Priestess Bo Saishi. His beloved Shishi, in her delicate state, was simply too beautiful, so beautiful that he wished time would pause forever at this very second. Sensing their gazes, High Priestess Bo Saixi's face instantly turned cold. With a delicate snort, she waved her hand, sweeping both of them out of the sea god temple and slamming the temple doors shut. Those 2 little brats with impure intentions, did they think she didn't know what kind of filthy thoughts they were harboring? Qian Xunji merely treated her as a tool to gestate a successor to a divinity. From his expressionless gaze, which was cold and tinged with a trace of disgust, she could tell that he had no filthy thoughts about her. The dog was not acting like a human, nor was he acting like a divinity after attaining godhood, but the one thing she couldn't call him was a lecher. But the Tang Xiao and Tang Hao brothers were different, they used the guise of love for her to covet her body. Their thoughts were filthy, lecherous, and base. Bastard, be gentle, don't be so rough, can't you be lighter and show some tenderness? Facing the emotionally agitated High Priestess Bo Saishi, Qian Xunji ignored the barking of dogs and focused entirely on the surgery. He did not use anesthesia, relying on precise control of his mental force. As a divinity, if one still used the most primitive human reproductive methods to get her pregnant, it could only mean that one's technique was not up to par. Superior breeding, selection, choosing the gender, as long as the technique was precise, one could produce whatever they wanted. As for whose spirit the child would inherit, that remained to be seen. Given the union of two foolish native douluo, one shouldn't hold high expectations for the child's intelligence. One could only hope that the postnatal environment and education would allow the child to grow into a normal person. Inside the temple, High Priestess Bo Seixi's screams were incessant. Outside the door, besides the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, there was also Sea Dragon Douluo. The three grown men who loved High Priestess Bo Seishi felt as if their hearts were being cut by knives upon hearing the screams of their beloved goddess from within. Their eyes were bloodshot, they breathed like oxen, and their hearts were wrung with agony. They wished they could take his place. They looked like pathetic simps right now. The sounds shook the building, startling the three men nearby. The three men gasped and inhaled, baring their clenched teeth and blood-engorged gums. 30 minutes, a full 30 minutes, before High Priestess Bo Seixi's screams finally ceased. Inside the temple, future mother of a divinity, this is your only chance to ascend to the god realm. As the surgery ended, Qian Xunji immediately began painting a rosy picture. He was worried that the foolish High Priestess Bo Seishi might have a sudden brainwave and do something stupid like trying to induce an abortion or miscarriage. To ensure the child landed safely and healthily, he didn't mind spending a little brainpower and breath. Even if the child I give birth to inherits the sea god's god position, I will only be the mother of a divinity, I cannot ascend to the god realm, High Priestess Bo Seishi said with a self-deprecating laugh. As the High Priestess of the Sea God, she knew her duty. She also knew that once the Sea God's successor passed all the divinity trials, she would have to sacrifice herself to open the Sea God's kingdom, allowing the successor to successfully inherit the Sea God's god position. The High Priestess of the Sea God who sacrifices herself doesn't have to be you, it could be someone else, for example, someone with innate full spirit power and a top-tier tool spirit. Of course, the premise is that he can raise his spirit power to the 99th rank and is willing to serve as the High Priestess of the Sea God. Qian Xunji could spout lies to entrap Tang Hao without a second thought. Anyway, the Tang Hao in this world liked High Priestess Bo Seishi. What was wrong with sacrificing himself for love? Of course, as an Aquarius, Qian Xunji only made suggestions and did nothing else, content to step back and watch the show. Qian Xunji's reminder made High Priestess Bo Seixi's eyes light up. That's right, the person who sacrifices doesn't have to be her. It could be someone else. As long as they were a 99th rank limit douluo and a High Priestess of the Sea God with the Sea God's divine force within them, anyone could become the sacrifice to open the Sea God's kingdom for the Sea God's successor and fuse with the core of the Sea God's god position. When the child is born, I will come again to take the child away. High Priestess Bo Seishi had only been happy for a few seconds before Qian Xunji's words hit her like a basin of ice water. It chilled her to the bone and sent her heart plummeting. You cannot do that, she said, feeling extremely aggrieved. Can you teach him well, or can you provide him with a full set of 100,000-year spirit bones, plus an external spirit bone configuration? To put it bluntly, what makes you think that Sea God Island, with its backward cultivation system and reliance solely on accumulating spirit power to raise one's cultivation, can cultivate an excellent successor to a divinity? High Priestess Bo Seishi was rendered speechless by his retort, unable to speak coherently. It was indeed as Qian Xunji said, Sea God Island's cultivation methods were backward, and they could not produce a full set of 100,000-year spirit beast spirit bones and an external spirit bone. But the child could not lose maternal love. Qian Xunji had no mood to care about High Priestess Bo Seixi's thoughts. The matter was finished, and the rosy picture had been painted. He was ready to leave the Sea God Temple. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw 6 scarlet eyes and 9 trails of white mist puffing from their noses and mouths. Chapter 71. Simps and Whipping Boys, Destined to Suffer. Moonlight spilled down, faces twisted and ferocious. Eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily like oxen, they looked like classic loser simps. The way these 3 simps look is kind of funny. Qian Xunji chuckled to himself, making a snide remark. As a normal person, he would not treat a beautiful woman as a goddess. He completely failed to understand the thoughts of the 3 simps in front of him. Douluo simps were truly heaven-defying. Could bullying a simp even be called bullying? Since they volunteered to be simps, they naturally had to accept the consequence of being expelled from humanity. Qian Xunji curled his lips at the three simps before him, smiling triumphantly. He knew clearly that the three simps in front of him had misunderstood the relationship between himself and High Priestess Bo Saishi. But so what? Anyway, barring any accidents, High Priestess Bo Saixi's belly would grow in a few months. Explanations were useless, and it wouldn't be clear anyway. Besides, isn't it better not to explain? Watching little Haozi looking so sad, heartbroken, and filled with righteous indignation, isn't that fun? Opposite him, whether it was Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, or Sea Dragon Douluo, they all saw the triumphant, show-off face of Qian Xunji like a victor. They were furious, so angry their livers ached. If not for their insufficient strength, and the fact that glares couldn't kill a god, they truly wanted to kill this evil god, Qian Xunji, twice over. If they still felt unsatisfied after killing him twice, they would do it one more time, killing him until they felt relieved. But alas, reality wouldn't allow it, and their strength wouldn't allow it. Because of their own weak strength, they didn't even dare to open their mouths to curse Qian Xunji. They knew that disaster comes from the mouth. As long as they dared to curse Qian Xunji would dare to kill them. And he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, just a single thought would be enough to make them perish and vanish. A powerhouse with divinity is truly terrifying. As expected of the sea god High Priestess, the moisture in her body is as vast as the ocean. A glint of craftiness flashed in Qian Xunji's eyes. He spoke deliberately, trying to infuriate them to death without consequence. Simps and whipping boys, destined to suffer. Upon hearing this, the three of them felt their vision go black from anger, and they fainted. Qian Xunji, that bastard, that huge bastard, he is not human, he is not fit to be a god. After bullying their goddess, High Priestess Bo Saishi, he even came to show off in front of them. Saying things like High Priestess Bo Saishi has plenty of moisture and is very smooth. Tang Hao, thief Qian, evil thief, traitorous thief, I will kill you 100 times in my dreams. Tang Xiao, oh no, in the future, I'll have to call my beloved goddess Auntie Shi. Sea Dragon Douluo, boohoo, clearly it was me, I came first. Whether it was knowing her or working together, I was the first one. Inside the door, High Priestess Bo Saixi's fair face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. That bastard Qian Xunji, the words he just said were clearly intentional. He definitely thought it was fun, which is why he deliberately said such a misleading sentence. Damn bastard, his personality is still so vile. High Priestess Bo Saishi cursed inwardly. She didn't dare say these insults out loud, fearing that Qian Xunji would come to pick a fight with her. If he really made her conceive and give birth more, bringing many children and blessings, then the one suffering would still be her. That kind of pregnancy surgery that makes women suffer, she really didn't want to experience it again. The next day, Qian Xunji summoned Lan Fozi to freeload on Sea God Island. As the biggest glutton among his subordinates, Lan Fozi was a born foodie. Following him these years, in the former Wanshou Terrace small dimension, now the Divine Realm world. She ate every day, finally eating her way to over 700,000 years of cultivation. If you let me eat to my heart's content here, what if I eat them into bankruptcy? Lan Fozi blinked her clear yet foolish big eyes, her tone soft and sweet. She didn't know how the food on Sea God Island tasted. Was there any popcorn? She definitely didn't want to eat the devil spirit great white shark alive. That taste was musky and sour, not good at all. Just consider it as avenging your father for that trident strike. Qian Xunji said, his tone very casual. He reached out and tapped her forehead with his finger, leaving behind a blood sword mark exclusive to the Asura god. Yay, it's the Asura god's blood sword mark. Can I call myself the Asura god's mount from now on? Lan Fozi asked, happily. Suit yourself. Qian Xunji did not refuse. It was just a small matter. Anyway, during this period, for the sake of caution, he had to stay on Sea God Island and watch over High Priestess Bo Saishi, lest this foolish woman do something stupid after the procedure and cause a miscarriage. Releasing Lan Fozi was just to scam the Sea God believers on Sea God Island. From breakfast time, she ate until lunchtime. The plates on the dining table were piled higher than a person. Even Saiyans couldn't eat this much. Is this how you treat guests on Sea God Island? If you can't even let a guest eat their fill, you really are losing face for the sea god Poseidon. Lan Fozi spoke indignantly. As soon as she opened her mouth, she used the name of the sea god Poseidon to morally blackmail the sea god believers. Of course, these lines were all taught by the troll, Qian Xunji. Sea Spear Douluo was so angry he was blowing at his hair and glaring, mostly because he didn't have a beard, otherwise he would be blowing at his beard and glaring. The deep-sea demon whale in front of him claimed to be the Asura god's mount, having come to Sea God Island as a guest with the Asura god, Qian Xunji. The blood sword mark on her forehead was indeed a mark of a god. He also learned from High Priestess Bo Saishi that the new Asura god, Qian Xunji, had indeed come to Sea God Island, made a deal with the sea god Poseidon, and would stay on Sea God Island for a period of time. Qian Xunji. Whenever this name was mentioned, everyone on Sea God Island knew him, and everyone was enraged by the bastard. This bastard had become a god, which was unfortunate news. Even more unfortunate was that he had reached a deal with the sea god Poseidon. Yesterday, the sea god Poseidon descended, which it seems was for this so-called deal. Although he didn't know what the deal was about, Qian Xunji would be staying on Sea God Island for a while. Damn it all, he even brought a pet with him. What made people even more furious was that this pet was actually a deep-sea demon whale. A provocation. This was a provocation to the entire Sea God Island. Who didn't know that the sea spirit masters of Sea God Island and the family of the deep-sea demon whale king were sworn enemies? Now the enemy had run into their home as a guest, eating and drinking to their heart's content, and even complaining that their food didn't taste good. Asura god's mount, if you dislike our Sea God Island's food, why are you eating so much? Sea Spear Douluo said sarcastically. Because as long as I eat a whole day of terrible food here, I can get a whole table of delicious food as compensation. Lan Fozi spoke quickly and directly. When she mentioned compensation, her eyes lit up, and drool flowed from the corner of her mouth. Qian Xunji's promises had never been broken. Thinking about being able to eat such a table of delicious food again, Lan Fozi was incredibly excited, her heart racing uncontrollably. Lan Fozi released her spirit power pressure, ordering Sea Spear Douluo to quickly go and prepare food for her. If you don't go prepare food, be careful or this young lady will beat you up. The crafty Sea Spear Douluo directly outsourced the task, making the Tang clan people of the Clear Sky sect go prepare ingredients, cook dishes, and send them to Lan Fozi. On the other side, Qian Xunji held a video spirit tool, recording the image of Tang Hao cleaning the latrine to leave a record. He planned to have people play it on a loop across the douluo continent later. Chapter 72. The Arrival of Tang Lai. It stinks. Tang Hao, who was cleaning the latrine, kept complaining. That dog Qian Xunji, who wasn't acting like a god, actually demanded he show his face, not even allowing him to use a cloth to cover his nose and mouth to mitigate the stench. That wasn't all. That dog actually made his beloved, Shi, come to act as a supervisor. To supervise whether he had cleaned the latrine properly. Filled with resentment, Tang Hao harbored deep hatred. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, until he developed Tang-style syndrome. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was breathing heavily like an ox. Then, he felt the stench stinging his eyes and entering his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Hao began to cough frantically, his scarlet tiger-like eyes forced to shed tears. He was being fumigated. From sunrise to sunset, a whole day. And then day after day. Tang Hao stayed in the latrine every day, cleaning it, and successfully marinated himself in the smell. The latrine stench on his body was truly authentic. Whenever Tang Hao got within 10 meters of High Priestess Bo Saishi, she would frown because of the latrine stench on him, holding a scented handkerchief to cover her nose and mouth. Then she would reveal an expression of disgust and loathing. This scene deeply stung Tang Hao's heart. Qian Xunji, you treacherous dog, you villain, you evil thief. We are sworn enemies. Tang Hao shed tears and went to find his brother for comfort. Then he saw it. Roast it faster, otherwise the guest will start saying again that we believers on Sea God Island are disgracing Lord Sea God. We can't even manage to let the guest eat their fill. Sea Spear Douluo urged. Tang Xiao felt bitter inside. To think that he, the dignified eldest young master of the Clear Sky sect, would one day be reduced to a chef, cooking for a human-shaped spirit beast. What was even more bitter was that this spirit beast claimed to be the mount of the Asura god. Wasn't the Asura god just Qian Xunji? Cooking for the pet of Qian Xunji, that guy who defiled his goddess. And it was this kind of manual labor, working non-stop all day long. Tang Xiao. Damn it. If I wasn't unable to defeat Sea Spear douluo, I would really like to hammer this cunning dog to a pulp. He actually outsourced the job of feeding that monster with a bottomless stomach to them, the Clear Sky Tang clan. Second brother, you came just in time. Go help Tang Shan and the others transport the fish that were salvaged ashore. Seeing his second brother arrive, Tang Xiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly called him over to work. One more person means one more pair of hands. Qian Xunji, you Asura evil god. Tang Hao raged impotently in his heart. Then, he reluctantly continued to work, walking with heavy steps to the seashore to help Tang Shan and the others carry the fresh sea fish that had just been brought ashore. Sea Spear douluo, that cunning dog, is treating us like manual laborers. Exactly. When I cultivate to title douluo, I will definitely hammer him. You give him a beating, I give him a beating, one beating each. Don't let Sea Spear douluo look down on us, as if we can't afford to treat him to a big clear sky hammer. Cursing Qian Xunji was easy to get killed for, but cursing Sea Spear douluo, they were a group, and it wasn't like they couldn't beat a single titled douluo. Bullying the weak and cursing behind people's backs, the Clear Sky Tang clan were professionals at this. Manual labor, I work, salvaging fish and hauling them ashore. Tang Hao approached Tang Shan and the others, smelled a foul odor, frowned, and said with great disgust, you all smell like fish. You smell like a latrine. Tang Shan couldn't take it when he heard this and retorted directly. This is Sea God Island, not the Clear Sky sect. He had no obligation, nor did he need to indulge Tang Hao, this low EQ, foul-mouthed guy. Where Lan Fozi was. Like Canna, her head grew larger, and with one opening of her mouth, she devoured a fish weighing tens of catties. It's not good, the fish is burnt. Lan Fozi complained with disdain. Is this the kind of thing you usually offer to the sea god? It was still the rhetoric taught by Qian Xunji, mentioning the sea god within 3 sentences. Sea Spear douluo was angry for a moment, but he endured it. Weakness is the original sin. Who told him he couldn't beat the deep-sea demon whale in front of him? Don't look at her as small. With her chubby, white little fists, a single punch could shatter a marble table. On Sea God Island, except for High Priestess Bo Saishi, no one was a match for Lan Fozi. Even if they used a righteous gang up, they couldn't win. They might even be eaten as a small snack. A 700,000-year spirit beast, truly terrifying. Tang Xiao, roast it quickly. Sea Spear douluo urged Tang Xiao again. Oppression layer upon layer, and the Clear Sky Tang clan was at the very bottom. On this day, an accident happened. On the cargo ship that had gone out from Sea God Island to Vast Sea City on the Douluo continent to purchase grain, a special character was brought back. When Tang Lai, dressed as a beggar, stepped onto the land of Sea God Island, saliva uncontrollably streamed down his face. He had arrived. He had experienced years of running about, wandering on the sea, and fleeing from the mouths of sea spirit beasts. He had endured all kinds of hardships and countless life and death crises. Finally, he had arrived at Sea God Island. Shower. Tang Lai was extremely excited to see Tang Xiao roasting fish. Are you Uncle Lai? Tang Xiao's gaze swept up and down over the person in front of him, who was dressed on par with a beggar on the Douluo continent, and he spoke uncertainly. How could a dignified elder of the world's #1 Clear Sky sect be reduced to such a state? If this were to spread, it would be laughed at for decades by that group of foul support types from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School who were so poor they only had money left. Shower. Woo-woo. You don't know what the sect has become now. The dignified world's #1 Clear Sky sect has actually been reduced to a blood bag for a group of vampire bats. 2 whole 100,000-year spirit beasts are leading thousands of vampire bats, trapping our Clear Sky sect people in the Zilling mountain range. Anyone who dares to leave a single step will be attacked and have their blood drained dry. My son was just going to Vast Sea City to purchase food when he was cruelly murdered, all the blood in his body drained, becoming a dried corpse. Tang Lai said a lot. The goal was only one. to hope that Sea God Island would send an army of spirit masters to the douluo continent to save the Clear Sky Tang clan. Otherwise, if it continued, the entire Clear Sky Tang clan would be tortured to death by that group of poisonous vampire bats. Because she didn't want to be disgusted by Tang Hao, this pest, all day long, High Priestess Bo Saishi agreed to send troops to the douluo continent to save the people of the Clear Sky sect. The Tang clan members were all going to leave Sea God Island. The spirit masters leading the team from Sea God Island were the two titled douluo, Sea Dragon douluo and Sea Spear douluo. Qian Xunji, who was currently forcing mother-child river water into the mouth of Sea Illusion douluo, learned the news that Tang Hao and the others were going to leave Sea God Island. With a sweep of his divine sense, collecting intelligence and analyzing it, he roughly knew the reason. Tang Lai, the phantom god of civil war, had come to Sea God Island for help after enduring all kinds of hardships to avenge his son who had died miserably. To avoid seeing Tang Hao, this pest, every day, High Priestess Bo Saishi chose to send troops to support the Clear Sky sect. She also sent out Sea Dragon douluo, that simp, to avoid him harassing her every day. With a turn of his mind, Qian Xunji decided to notify the Rakshasa god about this matter. Those blood-winged vampire bats had been tirelessly tormenting the Clear Sky Tang clan for so many years, they could be said to have rendered meritorious service. It would be a real pity to let them be exterminated. Especially the 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones of the dark gold three-headed Bat King and the blood-winged nine-headed Bat King. If they fell into the hands of the Clear Sky sect, he would be in a bad mood. How could Qian Xunji allow something that would make little Haozi happy to happen right under his nose? Being able to let Tang Hao live was already a favor. Wanting to obtain 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones, such a beautiful thing only exists in dreams, not in reality. Chapter 73. The Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members think they can do it again. Douluo Continent, Heaven Do Empire, Fasinuo Province, west coast of the Ziling Mountain Range, New Clear Sky Fortress. Today is a good day. The emaciated and pale-faced members of the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan swept away the gloom of the past and revealed smiles. It was because the seventh elder Tang Lai, who had been away for many years, had finally brought back the reinforcements from Sea God Island that they had been bitterly waiting for and eagerly hoping for so many years. 2,000 Sea Spirit Masters, plus 2 titled douluo powerhouses. Such a force of spirit masters already exceeded any of the current upper 3 sects. Most importantly, the reinforcements had arrived and brought food. Having endured hunger, eaten tree bark, gnawed on grass roots, swallowed insects, and chewed on soft bones rabbit meat for years, the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members could finally enjoy a hearty meal. Sea Dragon douluo frowned and retreated in disgust behind the Clear Sky Tang clan members, namely the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao and the others. Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members equals Clear Sky Sect members, Tang surnamed Tang clan members, spirit not necessarily Clear Sky Hammer. Clear Sky Tang clan equals Clear Sky Sect members, Tang surnamed Tang clan members, spirit Clear Sky Hammer. Sea Dragon douluo's eyes watched the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members before him, who were wolfing down their food like reincarnated starving ghosts. He complained internally, on the douluo continent, isn't the Clear Sky sect known as the #1 sect in the world? This group of beggars before me, where is the appearance of the so-called #1 sect in the world? And that sect master, the titled douluo named Tang Zhen, looks like his vitality is depleted and he has hidden injuries, one look and you can tell he doesn't have many years left to live. Beside him, Sea Spear douluo had long been tortured enough by Lan Fozi's astonishing appetite. This caused him to feel nothing while facing the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members who were wolfing down their food, acting like reincarnated starving ghosts, and eating ungracefully. He, however, felt as calm as a breeze and wiped his mouth with a tissue. After a hearty meal, Sect Master Tang Zhen held his beloved son, Tang Hao, in his arms, ignoring the stench of the latrine on him. My son, you have finally returned. How is it? Did you receive the Sea God's divine test? The first test of the Sea God is to become a titled douluo before the age of 39. Tang Hao replied, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. If it weren't for that dog Qian Xunji, who mentioned some second-tier god food god divine test in front of Lord Sea God. If a food system spirit master cultivates to become a titled douluo before the age of 40, they can receive a divine test. How could he be so unlucky? He was already in his 30s, with not many years left until 39, and his current cultivation was only at the level 79 Spirit Saint realm. Even if he successfully broke through to level 80 this year, obtained a spirit ring, and reached the level 81 Spirit douluo realm, he had no confidence that he could raise his spirit power level to 90 within 3 or 4 years, absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring, and become a true titled douluo. The spirit power level of a spirit douluo is not like the low realms of spirit master, spirit grandmaster, or spirit elder, where one could increase their spirit power by 1 level in a month or 2 just by cultivating diligently, even if he was a genius with innate full spirit power. However, if he could obtain 2 100,000-year spirit bones and absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring for his 8th spirit ring, Tang Hao was confident that he could break through to the titled douluo realm before the age of 39. Father, let us take the initiative and go crusade against those beasts. While speaking, Tang Hao kept winking at his father. A father knows his son best. Sect Master Tang Zhen quickly guessed what was in Tang Hao's mind. Killing a 100,000-year spirit beast could drop a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. First, kill a 100,000-year spirit beast, fuse with a 100,000-year spirit bone, and raise his spirit power to level 80. Then, kill another 100,000-year spirit beast and absorb the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. In this way, he could quickly raise his spirit power level and shorten the time spent bitterly cultivating to increase spirit power. To break through to titled douluo before the age of 39, one must take certain risks. Rest for a day. The Sea Spirit Masters of Sea God Island and the disciples of the Clear Sky sect formed a joint force. Sea Dragon douluo and Sea Spear douluo, who had the Sea God Trident mark branded on their foreheads, had very simple thoughts. Solve the problem early, go back to Sea God Island early. Therefore, the two expressed their agreement with taking the initiative to attack. As for the Clear Sky sect disciples, that goes without saying. Over these years, they had been tortured into what state? Now with 2,000 Sea Spirit Masters from Sea God Island assisting, among whom were 2 titled douluo powerhouses. High-level combat power, 3-2, the advantage was on their side. Then fight, strive to wipe out this group of damned blood-winged vampire bats in one battle to avenge the hatred in their hearts. Tang Lai laughed, laughing until he was rocking back and forth. He saw the blood-winged vampire bat clan being slaughtered to the last one. The 2 100,000-year spirit beasts, the blood-winged 9-headed bat king and the dark gold 3-headed bat king, were successfully killed, and the 2 100,000-year spirit bones that dropped became the hereditary spirit bones of the Clear Sky sect. He had finally avenged his son, and finally had the face and confidence to go to the tombstone and say to his son, "Father has avenged you, my son. Rest in peace." Tang Yuehua smiled. She knew that her talented, diligent, and reliable second brother was back. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and she would no longer be harassed by blood-winged vampire bats. From now on, she would never have to be bitten on the neck for blood or be tortured by the toxins remaining in her body. Nor would she have to eat tree bark, gnaw on grass roots, swallow insects, or chew on soft bones rabbit meat. Beautiful days were waiting for her. Best of all, if Brother Hao could learn some deer antler circle culture lessons and have a great love battle with her, then life would be perfect. The Allied forces set out to crusade against the blood-winged vampire bats. Mountains, rivers, and forests, fallen leaves and withered branches. A force composed entirely of spirit masters, the march was, if not like walking on flat ground, then at least completely without obstacles. In less than an hour, they set out from New Clear Sky Fortress and arrived at the nest of the blood-winged vampire bats. As the Saint Pillar douluos of Sea God Island, who lived by the Saint Pillars all year round and were very familiar with divine creations, Sea Dragon douluo and Sea Spear douluo sensed something unusual. The blood-winged vampire bat nest before them was definitely not formed naturally, nor was it man-made. The fluctuation of divine force was very slight. If one were not familiar with it, it would be hard to detect. But Sea God Island, as the place of inheritance for the sea god in the mortal world, was constantly shrouded by the sea god's light. If the sea god's light was bright and holy, then what was emanating from the cave before them was evil death energy. All personnel, alert, spirit manifestation. Sea Dragon douluo ordered, summon your spirits, be ready to fight at any time. Sea Spear Douluo waved his hand to command. Qian Xunji stood on the treetop, eating a chocolate bar and drinking iced palm coconut juice, waiting for the show to begin. He stayed far away, fearing that the dirty blood on the Clear Sky sect Tang clan members might splash onto his clothes. Beside him, the Rakshasa god was drinking orange juice and eating popcorn. A cunning smile on its face, its god-level mental force was released, locking onto the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. It had once said it would let sect master Tang Zhen experience the pain of giving birth to children. Before, when Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were cultivating on Sea God Island, it was difficult for it to make a move. But now, since these two little guys had already left Sea God Island, the place of inheritance for the sea god in the mortal world. Then, Rakshasa god. Who should I turn into a big sister first? Chapter 74. A good fire stoker provides fiery assistance. The blood-winged nine-headed bat king took the lead, spreading its wings to fly out of the nest first. Following behind it were the dark gold three-headed bat king and over 10,000 blood-winged vampire bats. As flying spirit beasts, they could all fly, giving them the advantage in the air. The 10,000 blood-winged vampire bats flew at an altitude of 100 meters, forming a black cloud that blotted out the sun. On their foreheads were branded the purple Rakshasa demonic scythe marks of the Rakshasa god. This represented their status as the noble retainers of the Rakshasa god. The blood-winged nine-headed bat king looked down from above, its 9 pairs of eyes fixed simultaneously on Sea Dragon Douluo and Sea Spear Douluo. Previously, the Rakshasa god had sent a telepathic message, informing them that followers of the sea god, Poseidon, had come to the Douluo continent to help the Clear Sky Tang clan deal with them. Reinforcements consisting of 2 titled Douluo were a bit troublesome. I am a retainer of Lord Rakshasa god. The blood-winged nine-headed bat king revealed its identity and background. You followers of the sea god, why do you crusade against us? On one side were the retainers of a god, and on the other were the followers of a god. We all have divinities backing us. You followers should not be making trouble by targeting us retainers. The blood-winged nine-headed bat king spoke quite bluntly. But unfortunately, no one present knew the identity of the Rakshasa god. Rakshasa god, what kind of god is that? The sea spirit masters on Sea God Island, the followers of the sea god, believed that Lord Sea God Poseidon was an invincible existence. You are nothing but spirit beasts raised by some unknown Rakshasa god, how dare you try to claim kinship? What a beast, truly thick-skinned. You deserve to be crusaded against and drop spirit rings and spirit bones. Upon hearing this, sect master Tang Zhen's pupils shook. He never expected that the mastermind behind the targeting of the Clear Sky Tang clan was actually a divinity. Although he was ignorant and didn't know what kind of god the Rakshasa god was, the other party was a god nonetheless. If it is a god, it is not something a mortal spirit master can rival or resist. No wonder the days for their Clear Sky sect had been getting worse and worse over the years. Rakshasa evil god, how dare you treat me like this, bullying and humiliating my Clear Sky sect. Tang Hao's temper flared, and he cursed out loud. The retainers are vampire bats, you don't even need to think to know that this kind of god is no good. Furthermore, it sent its retainers to torture the Clear Sky Tang clan for many years. They really treated the Tang clan like they were nothing. If such a god isn't an evil god, then what is? The Rakshasa god, watching the battle from afar, was very dissatisfied upon hearing Tang Hao's statement. It was one of the 2 great slaughter gods of the god realm, a god of evil thoughts, an evil god, yes. But if you think that way in your heart without saying it out loud, it wouldn't hold it against you. But saying that about it in front of its retainers and the sea god's followers was inappropriate. It was very unhappy. And when it was unhappy, the consequences were very serious. Truly, the ignorant are fearless, Qian Xunji remarked sarcastically. Seeing the Rakshasa god's angry appearance out of the corner of his eye, he knew in his heart that Tang Hao was about to be messed with by the Rakshasa god. Qian Dalu, a man, had suffered the Rakshasa god's retaliation and was now even pregnant. All day long, he couldn't eat well, and he felt nauseous but couldn't vomit. Every time Bibi Dong slept now, her mind was filled with Yu Shaogang. Yu Shaogang, let Brother Scar come. Once Brother Scar comes, tell him the rosé is not here. Then, Brother Scar, the rose does not need to grow tall, the Brother Scar who loves you will naturally bend down to pick it. If it's not there, I will find it. In short, Bibi Dong now had nightmares every day, muttering in her sleep, "Gentle, Brother Scar, be gentle. Don't stand up, don't crush my beloved Yu Shaogang." Tang Hao had been written down in the Rakshasa God's little black book. Needless to say, there would be a good show to watch next. Qian Xunji. I didn't do anything, yet there's a good show to watch. This is the kind of life I should be living. 8th spirit ability, heaven-defying strike. In order for his precious son to pass the sea god's trials and inherit the sea god position, and also for the clansmen who had been tortured to death over the years, Sect Master Tang Zhen hardened his heart and launched the first attack. He wanted to drag the sea spirit masters into it and wipe out this blood-winged vampire bat clan together. The blood-winged nine-headed bat king was furious to see its subjects being killed. "You Clear Sky Tang clan members are courting death, and this king will grant your wish. The only ones who will die are you stinking bats." Tang Lai roared, swinging his hammer in anger. He wanted to avenge his son who had died a miserable death. Today was the perfect opportunity to use the hands of the sea spirit masters from Sea God Island to wipe out the blood-winged vampire bat clan. Opportunities are rare and fleeting. If they didn't seize this rare opportunity, who knew how long it would be until they encountered another chance to wipe out the blood-winged vampire bat clan. Sea Dragon Douluo and Sea Spear Douluo frowned. They knew they had been tricked by the Clear Sky Tang clan. If the spirit beasts on the other side were wild spirit beasts with no background, killing them would be fine. But killing the retainers of the Rakshasa god was a different matter entirely. They didn't know what kind of relationship existed between the sea god and the Rakshasa god. Although they firmly believed that Lord Sea God was stronger than the Rakshasa god, causing trouble for their divine master and offending another divinity was not good. But at this moment, the low cultivation, unintelligent blood-winged vampire bats didn't care about the complex ulterior motives of the sea spirit masters. Utilizing their absolute advantage in air superiority, they flew high in the sky, grabbing one person at a time and began dropping, bouncing bombs. Boom, boom, boom. This batch of firearms and poison gas bombs was sponsored by the fire stoker, Qian Xunji. The producer was Qian Xunji, and the production time was the first year after he transmigrated, before he entered Slaughter City. Because Qian Xunji could use spirit abilities to fight after entering Slaughter City, these firearms and poison gas bombs had never had a chance to be used, so they had been left gathering dust in his system inventory. Opportunities were rare. To make the show even more fiery and passionate, Qian Xunji handed them to the Rakshasa god, and the Rakshasa god turned them over to its retainers. And thus, the current scene unfolded. Whether it was the Clear Sky Tang clan or the Sea Spirit Masters from Sea God Island, those who hadn't been blown to death were all stunned by the explosions. Holy crap, spirit beasts raised by a god are truly different from wild ones. Tang Shan was extremely shocked. These days, even spirit beasts could use unknown god-made artifacts. A group of flying beasts bullying them because they had low cultivation and couldn't fly. He practically hated that his mother hadn't given him 2 extra legs when he was born. Damn legs, run faster. Compared to the Clear Sky Tang clan, who were good at nothing but stabbing allies in the back and were all known as Tang Run Run. The Sea Spirit Masters were the ones who suffered. Once they came ashore, far away from the sea and entering the inland, their strength was already greatly reduced, and they ran even slower. Compared to running with legs, they were better at swimming, so their speed on land was even slower. They couldn't outrun the Clear Sky Tang clan members. For the natives of the douluo continent, there was a law when facing powerful spirit beasts. When you still have companions around, you don't necessarily have to run faster than the spirit beast. As long as you run faster than your companions, you have a high probability of surviving. Bastard beast. A female sea spirit master, whose leg was suddenly injured, lay sitting on the withered leaves and began cursing at the fleeing Tang Shan. This was because Tang Shan had struck her knee with a hammer, causing her to be injured and unable to move normally. Such things kept happening. In the low-tier combat engagement, the numerous blood-winged vampire bats, bolstered by the firearms, sent the allied forces scurrying and scattering in all directions. However, on the high-tier combat battlefield, Sect Master Tang Zhen, Sea Dragon Douluo, and Sea Spear Douluo were fighting 3-on-2 against the blood-winged 9-headed Bat King and the dark gold 3-headed Bat King, and the latter had already begun to decline. Chapter 75. Tang runs away. Rakshasa blessing. Seeing her dependents falling into a disadvantageous position, the watching Rakshasa god swallowed the popcorn in her mouth and directly took action in secret. If she hadn't been watching, it would be one thing for you to bully her dependents with superior numbers. But now, not only was she watching, but the second-generation Asura god, Qian Xunji, was also watching the show from the sidelines. As her dependents, if you were to lose to the followers of Poseidon, wouldn't she lose a lot of face? The Rakshasa god's covert actions did not escape Qian Xunji's mental force perception. However, Qian Xunji had no intention of stopping her. If people from the Clear Sky sect and Sea God Island die, they die. What does that have to do with him? These people neither owed him money that they hadn't repaid, nor did they provide him with the power of faith. And they were not research talents like Kong Deming, Ling Zichen, or Chenggu Qingfang, who were worth having. A bunch of stupid douluo natives with no intrinsic value were certainly not worth him stepping in to save. Furthermore, he had already tasked Gold Crocodile douluo and the others with managing the Sun-Moon continent, actively developing spirit tools and modern technology, and cultivating relevant talent. The greatest value of the Clear Sky Tang clan members was merely their suitability to become blacksmiths, learning spirit forging, thousand forging, spirit forging, and heaven forging to craft special metals. Of course, others could do this technical work as well. It wasn't necessary to use the naturally evil and dirty-blooded members of the Clear Sky sect Tang clan. I recall that these two sacred pillar douluo from Sea God Island are part of the Sea God examination content, right? The Rakshasa god thought of a relatively important matter and spoke up. That is indeed the case. Qian Xunji nodded and affirmed. Your Excellency Qian Xunji, if they were to die here, would it have an impact on your plans for the Sea God position? The Rakshasa god smiled cunningly. It would, but not much. The black level god examination on Sea God Island is not hard to obtain, nor is it hard to pass, it just takes a bit of time and manpower. Qian Xunji stated truthfully, his tone flat, not caring much about the issue. Anyway, High Priestess Bo Saishi had only been pregnant for a few months. By the time the child was born, grew up, participated in the Sea God examination, and inherited the Sea God position, it would still be a long time. Moreover, it was not certain whether the child born from this pregnancy would awaken the Sea God spirit. 1 bucket of popcorn each, and all let them live, returning to Sea God Island without missing any limbs. The Rakshasa god made an offer. She wasn't greedy, she just wanted to eat some sweet popcorn. This delicious treat did not exist on the douluo continent. Deal. Qian Xunji agreed, casually taking out 2 oil drum-sized buckets of popcorn and handing them to the Rakshasa god. He included an oil drum-sized bucket of purple grape soda as a bonus. As a divinity, developing modern agriculture and running factories for production within one's own god realm world was quite reasonable, right? He had cultivated so hard to become a god early on precisely because he was dissatisfied with the backward feudal civilization of the douluo continent. To a mortal, a powerful titled douluo is significant, but to a divinity, they are worth less than a bucket of popcorn. On the battlefield, the blood-winged 9-headed Bat King and the dark gold 3-headed Bat King received the Rakshasa god's blessing, and their strength greatly increased. The wounds on the blood-winged 9-headed Bat King were repaired, and it immediately felt filled with power. Sea God follower, let me show you the power of this king. Mental parasite. As the creature that, in the original work, parasitized Tang Chen to become the Slaughter King. The blood-winged 9-headed Bat King's mental force was undeniably powerful. Now, having received the Rakshasa god's blessing, its strength had doubled. With one move, it controlled Sea Dragon douluo and Sea Spear douluo, then manipulated their bodies. A Guan Bao friendship, hand over your love. At this moment, whether it was Sea Dragon douluo or Sea Spear douluo, although their bodies were being controlled, their wills were clear. They clearly knew and clearly felt what their bodies were doing. Sea Dragon douluo felt as if the sky had collapsed. Sea Spear douluo became a punching bag, while he became a doormat, suffering, enduring, getting injured, and being humiliated. No, snowflakes fluttering, north wind whistling. Sea Dragon douluo was the simp and punching bag of the goddess High Priestess Bo Saishi. No matter how the goddess High Priestess Bo Saishi bullied him, he was willing, he had no regrets. But being controlled by a spirit beast and stabbed by Sea Spear douluo's spear, he was bleeding profusely. Sea Dragon Douluo simply could not accept this. His heart was dead, and he felt he was dirty and no longer worthy of liking his beloved goddess High Priestess Bo Saishi. He didn't hate Sea Spear Douluo, nor did he hate the Rakshasa gods dependent in front of him. He hated the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members. They had schemed against the sea god's followers, forcing him into a conflict with the Rakshasa dependents. Just you wait, Sea Dragon Douluo thought viciously, wanting to take revenge on the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members who had backstabbed their allies. Sea Dragon was below, Sea Spear was above. As the air pumped, Sea Spear Douluo was extremely disgusted. He had normal preferences, he liked females, not males. Now he was forced to. Disgusting. What disgusted Sea Spear Douluo even more was the behavior of the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members in backstabbing their allies. Let alone initiating the trouble and dragging the sea god's followers into a war with the Rakshasa god's dependents. After all, they had originally come to assist the Clear Sky Sect in crusading against these blood-winged vampire bats. But this group of Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members were simply not human. Backstabbing allies. That dog Qian Xunji, that bastard who wasn't human and wasn't a proper god, had never done anything so heaven-defying. From now on, if you Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members dared to step foot on Sea God Island, I, Sea Spear, will beat every single one I see and throw them all into the sea to feed the devil spirit great white sharks. Sea Spear Douluo was filled with rage. He wished he could stab Tang Shan and the others, who had framed the Sea Spirit Masters, into sieves. On the other side of the battlefield, Sect Master Tang Gen and the other Tang clan members besieged the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King. Facing the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King, which possessed regenerative abilities, no matter how they hammered it, they couldn't kill it. When the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King received the Rakshasa god's blessing and its strength greatly increased, it flapped its wings, creating a storm that blew away the Tang clan members besieging it, reversing the situation. Run. This was the first thought in the mind of Tang Lai, who had been blown away and crashed into a tree. If he wanted to run, then he would run. Since he couldn't avenge his son or kill the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King right now, then he would preserve his useful life and wait for an opportunity to act. The Civil War Phantom God Tang Lai saw the situation was bad and was the first to slip away, directly screwing over Sect Master Tang Gen and his two sons. The three of them were fighting one each, except for Sect Master Tang Gen, a titled douluo, who could trade blows back and forth. Tang Xiao, a spirit douluo, and Tang Hao, a spirit saint, were beaten to the point where they felt their grandfather was waving at them. Holy sh*t. Retreat. Sect. Master Tang Gen roared. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and retreated unwillingly. The 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone that should have been his had slipped through his fingers just like that. Without the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, how could he cultivate to become a titled douluo before the age of 39 and pass the first sea god examination? If he couldn't even pass the first sea god examination, how could he inherit the sea god position? He couldn't avenge his grandfather or kill the mysterious armored douluo with his own hands. He couldn't take revenge on Qian Xunji for humiliating him multiple times. He was unwilling. He was unwilling to stop at the Spirit Master realm and be unable to step into the God realm. Tang Hao hated. He even hated the Rakshasa god. Damned Rakshasa dependents, why do you resist and fly high in the sky? Why don't you just stand there obediently and let me hammer you to death? Returning to New Clear Sky Fortress, Sect Master Tang Gen immediately led his clansmen to move, leaving the Zilling Mountain Range and heading south into Vast Sea City. Chapter 76, Qian Runshui. The matter of the Clear Sky Sect has temporarily come to an end. The act of the Tang clan of the Clear Sky Sect backstabbing their allies caused the Sea God Island Expeditionary Force to suffer more than half casualties, which can be described as a heavy loss. Sea Dragon Douluo and Sea Spear Douluo had bloodshot eyes and let out roars while breathing heavily like oxen. If anyone from the Tang clan of the Clear Sky Sect dares to step foot on Sea God Island, not to mention the others on Sea God Island, the two of them will definitely take action, kill one if one comes, kill a pair if two come. After killing them, throw them into the sea to feed the devil spirit great white shark. As for the people of the Clear Sky Sect, wanting to use the ships of Sea God Island to leave the Douluo continent, don't even think about it. Tang Hao, if not for the fact that you are favored by Lord Sea God, do you believe that I would lead people to slaughter your Clear Sky sect right now? Sea Dragon Douluo roared hysterically at Tang Hao. We would throw your corpses into the sea to feed the fish. Sea Spear Douluo added, unable to contain his anger. The behavior of the Tang clan of the Clear Sky sect backstabbing their allies, injuring the Sea Spirit Masters, and attracting the attention of the pursuing blood-winged vampire bat really disgusted the Sea Spirit Masters of Sea God Island. They had grown up this big and had never seen such shameless and disgusting beasts. They originally thought that Qian Xunji, that inhuman, God-rejecting, and extremely arrogant dog, was already bad enough, but they didn't expect there to be even greater experts. These people from the douluo continent, one by one, are truly disgusting. Sea Spirit Master. The Spirit Masters of the douluo continent are too disgusting, I want to return to Sea God Island. Ahem, there are no ships and no food, but we can hold our Clear Sky hammer and go borrow some. As the sect master, Tang Zhen knew that the current Clear Sky sect had nothing but spirit masters. In order to stay far away from those followers of the Rakshasa god, they had no choice but to leave the douluo continent and go to the sea to make a living. Tang Zhen did not believe that if they moved their home to an island, they would still be besieged by this group of blood-winged vampire bat. Inside Vast Sea City, the Tang clan members held their Clear Sky hammer, robbing grain merchants, cloth merchants, and even daily necessities. They robbed ships and forced sailors to risk their lives for them. Except for the two brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, who wanted to travel across the continent to hunt spirit beast to get spirit bone, the rest of the Tang clan members of the Clear Sky sect left Vast Sea City by boat, leaving the douluo continent. They began the second migration of the Clear Sky sect. They moved to an island with mountains and water, covering an area of 35 square kilometers. The island was given a name from then on, called Clear Sky Island. Sun Moon Continent. After watching the fun of the Clear Sky sect, Qian Xunji returned to the douluo plane, the cradle of spirit guidance technology. Then he cast his Asura domain, covering the entire Sun Moon Continent, making the Sun Moon Continent move. Divine skill, rapid movement of continental plates. He drove the Sun Moon Continent to speed across the sea, heading towards the continent where the Dragon Valley was located. He did not have the bad habit of giving spirit guidance technology to the natives of the douluo continent for free. Greetings, Lord Asura God. Times 5. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, Shilong, Porcupinefish, and Ling Yuan, the 5 of them, were only spirit douluo at this time. I do not like kneeling. A fist and palm salute will suffice. Qian Xunji swept his eyes across them, saw the 5 of them kneeling, felt displeased in his heart, and reminded them aloud. Yes, times 5. How is the cultivation of the mysterious heaven skill in the purple demon eye among the young spirit masters who awakened their spirit this year? Qian Xunji asked. The mysterious heaven skill is truly worthy of being the cultivation method personally taught by Lord Asura God, it is incredibly profound. Qian Xunji raised his hand to interrupt, saying, stop, no nonsense. My time is precious, report the results directly. In the future, when you meet me to report your work, you must explain the essence of the problem, key facts, and solutions within 3 minutes. Yes, we will strictly follow the divine decree. Times 5. Qian Xunji drew a conclusion from the work reports of the 5 people. The vast majority of children who awakened innate spirit power were illiterate, let alone understanding the mysterious heaven skill, they couldn't even write their own names. It is understandable. After all, this is a Western fantasy medieval background, and low literacy rates are indeed normal. The solution is also very simple. Direct mental force sharing, sharing with tens of thousands of people at once, and then using illusions similar to Tsukuyomi to let them read and learn in the illusion world. The efficiency was maxed out, but it was unknown if these children with undeveloped brains could withstand learning all the primary school knowledge without English subjects in a few seconds. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, and the others were completely stunned when they saw Qian Xunji's operation. For them, it would take at least several years to train a group of illiterate kids into educated people who could read and write. They didn't expect that in Qian Xunji's hands, it would only take a few seconds. What surprised them even more, to the point of dropping their jaws, was the speed. Qian Xunji wasn't just teaching one person to read and write at a time, he could teach a large group of people at once, a large-scale area of effect attack, turning people from illiterate fools who didn't know a single character into educated people who could read and write. In just a few seconds. A divinity is indeed a divinity, beyond what a mortal can reach, terrifying to this extent. After solving the current problem, Qian Xunji went to find the researchers to study computers. Desktop computers were too important for Qian Xunji. He had to get them done as soon as possible. Once the hardware was available, he would develop the software. Then, he would be able to play computer games. Unfortunately, the monthly system check-in had never yielded a computer or games. Communication from the Rakshasa god. Qian Dalu had been pregnant for 10 months, and now the surgery could be performed. Oh, the Rakshasa god invited me to go perform a cesarean section on Qian Dalu together. Qian Xunji was quite interested in this matter. No anesthesia, just perform the surgery directly. The silence spell is essential. With one step, he arrived at Spirit City on the Douluo continent. Your Excellency Qian Xunji, you have arrived. The Rakshasa god greeted him very politely upon seeing Qian Xunji arrive. Hello, Ms. Rakshasa god. Qian Xunji smiled and greeted her, with perfect manners. Qian Dalu, who had a painful expression and was sweating profusely, saw Qian Xunji arrive, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Jir, you have come." Qian Xunji directly used a thought to silently cast a silence spell, making Qian Dalu shut his mouth. That stupid douluo native, Qian Dalu, must have water in his brain. Every time they met, he called him, Jir. If his eyesight is bad, he can go see an ophthalmologist. Whether he couldn't see his disgusted expression or was doing it on purpose to mess with his mentality, it was unknown. Anyway, if you dare to call me that, I dare to silence you and give you a little punishment. Qian Xunji took out a mobile hospital bed, transferred Qian Dalu onto it, and looked at the Rakshasa god, saying, I have a professional operating room there. Go. The Rakshasa god nodded and said. Qian Xunji tore through space. With a thought, coming from the Douluo continent to the Sun-Moon continent. People's Hospital, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Caesarean Section Operating Room. Qian Xunji had a large amount of child and mother river water in his hands, and he also fed it to male spirit masters with mental attributes such as Si Illusion Douluo, Meng Shenji, and Xinyan. Spirit masters whose spirit possesses mental attributes generally have higher IQs, and their learning ability is far superior to others' Douluo standard. This point is very important in terms of research and development. This is worth Qian Xunji spending time and energy to do it himself. Surgery in progress. In his heart, Qian Dalu was once again filled with regret, with bitterness and pain that he could not express. Qian Xunji put on a white coat, wore gloves, took out a sharp silver scalpel, cut open the abdomen, and took out the fetus. Open black lens bracket name, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket special personnel, angel god Qian Runshui rebirth, but because she is still just a baby, her brain is not yet developed, and her brain capacity is insufficient to carry all memories. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It is expected that she will gradually recall the memories of her previous life within 1 year after she turns 6 and awakens her spirit. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 77. Yu Shaogang is living a good life, he must be hit hard. Angel god Qian Runshui is reborn. Damn it, it's one of the 3 idiots of Spirit Hall. Inside the medical mask, Qian Xunji wore a look of extreme disgust, his eyes flashing with a light of disdain. His hands moved quickly, immediately putting down the newborn, Qian Runshui. His intolerance for stupidity flared up. If it weren't for the fact that he had received orthodox paladin training and education, and possessed a very high sense of morality, respecting the old, loving the young, he would have sent Qian Runshui to an orphanage on the spot. Raising this stupid, idiotic thing called Qian Runshui is not as good as raising Tang San from Bashu. Raising a daughter for Qian Dalu is no problem, it would just be repaying karma. After all, he had taken over Qian Xunji's body. But this child must be a pure, flawless blank slate, not a reincarnated person from another world line. The Rakshasa god on the side saw the uniqueness of the newborn before it. This soul is that stinking bitch, angel god Qian Yuhan. It felt great joy in its heart. Qian Xunji was not interested in the reincarnation of angel god Qian Yuhan, but the Rakshasa god was greatly interested. Although a first-level god cannot be reborn with memories after reincarnation like a god king. But so what? This did not prevent the Rakshasa god from wanting to make angel god Qian Yuhan call it mother, mom, mommy, ma, niang, and other such titles. Even if it was a reincarnated body without memories, it didn't have that many requirements. As long as it could bully angel god Qian Yuhan until she cried and called it mom, that would be enough. He. The Rakshasa god picked up Qian Runshui, with a wicked smile on its face, raised its hand to tear through space, and returned to Spirit City on the douluo continent to find a wet nurse. Qian Xunji watched all this quietly. He did not stop it, nor did he say anything. Just like Uncle Crocodile hiding away beautifully, preparing melon seeds and soda, waiting for the show to begin. With the Rakshasa god raising the reborn angel god Qian Runshui, there is no doubt that there will definitely be a good show to watch in the future. With a new toy, the Rakshasa god temporarily forgot about plotting against Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. The next day, Qian Xunji did not give Qian Dalu the chance to rest during postpartum confinement, directly pouring a cup of child and mother river water into Qian Dalu's stomach. Still the same saying, I only want children with extraordinary talent, not dirty things. Relying solely on that stupid native female douluo, High Priestess Bo Saishi, to go through a normal 10-month pregnancy to form a soccer team, one would have to wait until who knows when. Using divine officials without God positions as civil servants to handle file work meant that if they dared to embezzle, they would be slaughtered, without a shred of pity. Likewise, on the douluo plane, using mortals who had not awakened innate spirit power as civil servants, if they dared to embezzle or take bribes, they would be slaughtered along with the beneficiaries, also without a shred of pity. Civil servants, once they manage money and grain, are rarely not corrupt. As for those who think about it in their hearts but don't act, or don't have the guts to act, just consider them innocent. After all, thinking about it isn't a crime. He is not like certain groups that are overbearing and unreasonable, saying, you can't even think about it. 1 day counts as a month. In 10 days, a child is born. The child and mother river water is just that awesome. Lord Asura God, I beg you, give me general anesthesia. Qian Dalu, who was once again lying on the operating table, begged with a miserable face. A cesarean section without anesthesia is too damn painful. Even though Qian Dalu is a 99th rank limit douluo, he could hardly endure the pain of female childbirth. Qian Xunji activated a silencing spell with a single thought. Just kidding, if Qian Dalu makes a suggestion, I have to agree. How could such a good thing happen? Qian Xunji, I am very petty. Qian Dalu disgusted me twice using BB Dong, so I must take full revenge. Giving him 2 cesarean sections without anesthesia is perfectly normal, right? This child has no problems, it isn't tainted by any dirty things. The only flaw is that it is a girl. Child and mother river water, whether drunk by a man or a woman, always results in a baby girl. Qian Xunji is very dissatisfied with this. As everyone knows, the well-known women in the douluo continent who have significant roles are not very normal. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong are especially abnormal. Qian Runshui and Ning Rongrong are truly spendthrifts. Zhu Zuqing and Sister Xiao Wu are purely accessories. Hu Liena and Meng Yuran are like female simps. Why is it so troublesome to want an all-male team? Qian Xunji sighed helplessly. As a normal man from 2026, he dared not use an all-female team to work. In his team, if the proportion of women exceeds 10%, he feels a sense of crisis. Pairing men and women is not as good as separating them with clear division of labor. With nothing to do, he checked on whether Yu Xiaogang was living a flavorful and romantic life in Brother Scar's house of happiness. Sweeping with his divine thought, after some searching, he made a discovery. And then Qian Xunji was furious. Damn it, to think Yu Xiaogang is actually living a good life. Just like in the original plot, after Yu Xiaogang fell in love with Bibi Dong and was driven out of Spirit City, he met Flender and Lu Erlong and formed the Golden Triangle. With their help, Yu Xiaogang successfully obtained his second spirit ring and was promoted from a spirit master to a spirit grand master. With their help, Yu Xiaogang used the 3-in-1 spirit fusion skill to successfully defeat Brother Scar's team, who had come to capture him. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was high-spirited, head held high, looking down his nose at people, and acting very smug. Stepping out, he arrived at the base of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Sect Master's Office. Greetings, Supreme Pontiff. Yu Luomian, who was temporarily acting as the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and possessed the cultivation of an 89th rank spirit douluo, bowed respectfully upon seeing the visitor. Do not call me Supreme Pontiff, this identity is not worthy of my strength and status. Remember to call me Lord Qian Xunji next time. Qian Xunji corrected the address. He did not like others calling him Supreme Pontiff, this title full of religious color. Yes, Lord Qian Xunji. Yu Luomian bowed respectfully. Qian Xunji spoke, stating his purpose. That illegitimate daughter of yours, Lu Erlong, is hanging out with Yu Shaogang. How can this be? Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian was furious. This illegitimate daughter he raised outside had decent talent, but her brain, like her mother's, had some problems. It was one thing that she didn't acknowledge him as her biological father and took her mother's surname. But now she was actually hanging out with that beast Yu Shaogang. Thinking of how Qian Dalu had become a laughingstock because of Bibi Dong, Yu Luomian's vision went dark, and he staggered. If Qian Xunji hadn't used his mental force to steady him and cast a calming spell, he probably would have fallen, blacked out, and passed out. Because of Bibi Dong falling in love with Yu Shaogang, Qian Dalu and even Spirit Hall had become the laughingstock of the entire Spirit Master's world. He had once been one of the people who laughed heartily after tea and meals. After all, Bibi Dong was a gifted, proud daughter of heaven and a holy maiden of Spirit Hall, yet she actually liked Yu Shaogang, that aristocratic bus. Bibi Dong snatched a sick chicken and brought it back to Spirit City, and even hid Yu Shaogang in a villa. Now, it was his turn to be the object mocked by the world. Yu Luomian was so angry that his face turned black. From the perspective of blood and kinship, Yu Shaogang and Lu Erlong were cousins. Once this matter was exposed and known to the world, it would definitely hit the headlines. Thinking about it made Yu Luomian dizzy. He felt that he might end up even more miserable than Qian Dalu. Qian Dalu was at least a 99th rank limit douluo, the high priest of Spirit Hall, with powerful strength and high status. When people mocked him, they at least felt fear and wouldn't mock him to his face. But Yu Luomian knew that Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would definitely come to mock him to his face. Back then, I laughed too loudly at the love story of Ji Yu Rong on top and Feng Ji on the bottom. Yu Luomian knew this clearly. Just thinking about how Ji Yu Rong would speak made his scalp tingle. Ji Yu Rong. Terrible, terrible. I originally thought Bibi Dong was already invincible in the world, with no one to match her. I didn't expect there to be an even greater expert. Whose daughter is Lu Erlong anyway? Yu Luomian, could it be yours? Thinking of this, Yu Luomian's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and cruel cold light. Yu Shaogang, this beast, must die. Chapter 78. Yu Shaogang's wedding, live streaming for Bibi Dong. Can I join in on making trouble for Yu Shaogang? Qian Xunji looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful young girl with black hair and golden eyes, a faint, mischievous smile on her pretty face, walking over with an elegant cat-like gait. The little girl who once led the charge to beat up Yu Shaogang had grown up, turning into a beautiful young girl with looks, a figure, and temperament to spare. Her spirit was the Blue Lightning Radiant Tyrant Dragon, and she was at the Spirit King rank. This talent, placed among the natives of the Douluo continent, was absolutely gifted. This girl had great potential, having mastered the 3000 lightning movement technique, and was destined to become a titled douluo powerhouse in the future. If she were fortunate enough to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring and fuse with a 100,000-year spirit bone, reaching the realm of limit douluo was not impossible. Ruoan, you shouldn't get involved in this. Cultivating to improve your cultivation is the most important thing. Yu Luomian tried to persuade her for the sake of his own face. He did not want the Blue Lightning Yu family or anyone else in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to know that Lu Erlong was his illegitimate daughter and that she was mixed up with Yu Shaogang. He did not want to suffer even a bit of the bitterness that Qian Dalu had endured. Causing trouble for Yu Shaogang and giving him a good beating, Yu Ruoan did not want to miss such a pleasant opportunity. Her beautiful eyes fixed directly on Qian Xunji, and she parted her cherry lips slightly. Handsome big brother, long time no see. Long time no see. Qian Xunji replied politely, his tone flat and distant. This beautiful young girl before him had value to him. Her Blue Lightning Radiant Tyrant Dragon spirit might evolve into a Radiant Sacred Dragon after another evolution. When that time came, showing it. off in front of Yu Xiaogang would probably make him so jealous that his face would contort in hatred. Just thinking about it felt amusing. Nice. Can you take me with you to cause trouble for Yu Xiaogang? Yu Ruowan patted her chest and promised, leave the physical output to me, I guarantee I won't beat Yu Xiaogang to death. Qian Xunji took out a pair of gloves made from the skin of an azure sky bull python. High-end goods, magical artifacts. He used his mental force to float them in front of Yu Ruowan and reminded her, wear these gloves when you hit him, don't dirty your hands. Understood. Yu Ruowan reached out to take the gloves, holding them to her chest, her eyes curving into crescents as she revealed her pearly white teeth in a bright smile. Great, finally she could beat up that beast Yu Xiaogang again. This time, she must smash Yu Xiaogang's teeth so he would lisp when he spoke. Should I notify Brother Scar and have him lead his professional team to escort Yu Xiaogang? Yu Luomian asked. Since he couldn't stop Yu Ruowan from following, he might as well sell Yu Xiaogang to Brother Scar once more. This time, he would ensure Yu Xiaogang evolved from a noble bust to a national gunfight, with Yu Xiaogang as the only target. Everyone would take a shot at him, shooting the targets into Yu Xiaogang. As for that idiot illegitimate daughter, Lu Erlong, he would cut off her living expenses first. Damn it all, he spent money to raise her, not asking her to be ambitious and bring glory to his face. But she was actually mixed up with that beast Yu Xiaogang, wanting to make him the laughingstock of the world. This is intolerable. Handle that kind of thing however you see fit. Qian Xunji glanced at Yu Luomian and nodded, not refusing. Why did he come to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to find Yu Luomian and take him to cause trouble for Yu Xiaogang? Wasn't it because he was, after all, one of Yu Xiaogang's strictest fathers, with plenty of strength and means? He could save himself a lot of trouble, and without needing to do it himself, he could see Yu Xiaogang being tortured until he cried, making oh ho ho sounds. He raised his hand to tear open space, brought people inside, and arrived at the small village where Yu Xiaogang was. Because of his notorious reputation, Yu Xiaogang dared not live in cities where spirit masters gathered, fearing that others would spit on him and nail him to death with their words. Besides that, he was also afraid of being beaten to death by those simps and pursuers of Bibi Dong. Yu Ruowan stepped out of the spatial rift and was shocked to see the different scenery before her. This was the first time she had seen such a method. More importantly, Qian Xunji had not used spirit avatar, had not revealed his spirit rings to use a spirit ability, nor did his body glow to use a spirit bone ability. With just a wave of his hand, he could teleport people to a distant place. Handsome big brother, you are so amazing. Yu Ruowan's eyes turned into stars of adoration. Qian Xunji raised his hand and offered a bucket of popcorn the size of a human head. He was never stingy with little fangirls who adored him. After all, such little fangirls with no bad intentions could provide him with power of faith. Although the amount wasn't much, every little bit counted. As long as he had a ton of little fangirls, he could harvest a massive amount of power of faith. Qian Xunji probed with his mental force and witnessed a hellish douluo scene. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong's wedding was being officiated by Lu Erlong's simp, Flender. And at this moment, the wedding had just begun. Yu Xiaogang was in a pure white tuxedo, standing straight, revealing a smug expression. Lu Erlong was in a pure white wedding dress, wearing a veil, holding wedding flowers in her hands, bowing her head shyly, unable to see her feet. Qian Xunji felt a sense of perverse humor and immediately used his powerful mental force to force Bibi Dong, that foolish ungrateful wolf with a romantic brain, to watch the live broadcast of Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong's wedding. A good deed, helping others, informing them of the truth. The popcorn is sweet and crunchy, it's delicious. Yu Ruowan took a bite, her eyes brightened, and she praised it. Drink some peach soda, we'll finish watching the wedding first, then kick the door down and send Yu Xiaogang from heaven to hell. Qian Xunji took out some soda, opened the bottle to feed her, and stated the plan of action. Okay, let's do that. Yu Ruowan had no objections and nodded in agreement. Yu Luomian dared not have any objections and nodded in agreement. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace, in the secret chamber. Magic lamps lit up the room, the light shining on Bibi Dong's contorted face. At this moment, looking at the water screen that had suddenly appeared before her, she was so angry her eyes turned red, she was panting like an ox, her emotions collapsed, and she screamed. Xiaogang, my Xiaoging, my beloved Xiaoging. Lu Erlong, you daughter of a prostitute, you damn thieving cat. If you dare to touch a single hair on Xiaoging, once I regain my freedom, I will skin you, pull out your tendons, and dismantle your bones to make a chamber pot. And Flender, you soft-hearted coward, simp, waste of space. If you love Lu Erlong, then damn it, take action, go fight, go grab, go pursue her. Do you think that by letting go, you can make your lover happy? Is your brain filled with shit? You Luomian, you old thing, why the hell haven't you come to stop this wedding yet? Ah, my Xiaoging. Bibi Dong watched her beloved Xiaoging enter into marriage with Lu Erlong and hold their wedding. From walking down the red carpet to making vows before the witness Flender to be together for a lifetime, regardless of poverty or sickness, and never leave each other. To finally putting wedding rings on each other and embracing and kissing. No, snowflakes, falling, the north wind howling. Reborn for a lifetime, yet still unable to change her destiny, and having to watch the live broadcast of her beloved Xiaoging and the thieving cat Lu Erlong's wedding. Bibi Dong was so angry that blood and tears streamed from her eyes, and she began to smash things in the secret chamber. The Rakshasa god ate popcorn, laughing while watching the show, while casually absorbing the overwhelming resentment, hatred, jealousy, and other negative emotions from Bibi Dong. My intuition was right after all. The second-generation Asura god Qian Xunji is an interesting fellow. The other party was live streaming the wedding of the beloved Xiaoging and another woman to Bibi Dong, who had lost her freedom. This behavior was simply too wonderful. It loved watching this kind of entertainment.